on our side. Flat Earth beats on, it's all pretend. But facts will be denied. Get ready for the smackdown. Get ready for the smackdown. They'll lie while the earth spins around. Watch out for smackdown. They cling to ancient misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put Flat Earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown. Get ready for the smackdown. Here comes the smackdown.
Well, the audio's still going. Weird. Anyway, welcome everybody to Tuesday night. I had a little choppy start there. I'm your host, MC Toon. I hope you're ready for the smackdown. Liz K is going to the airport. Good luck going to the airport. She's looking for some brevity. You've come to the right place. We will be looking at Flatzoid's appearance on the line with Matt Dillahunty and Arun Ra. It was a mess. Be sure to get your vote in for the poll. Anyway, after that, we've got some other things. I've got a little bit of an interaction between Jeran and DIRTH. So that was pretty good too. So okay, let's get this going here. We are joined with already in session in the line. Oh, this cut off there a little bit. You won't see. I'm laughing already because of what I'm about to say. You won't see Arun Ra's pretty face if I. I'm sure his mom. Anyway, I like Arun Ra. He's pretty good. Anyway, for reference, I am a theist. I'm a Christian, so I'm not with. This is a weird one. Flatzoid, it just absolutely made a mess. He pooped his diapers here. So, let's see here. This will probably. I want to make sure I get the audio set correct and turn these off. I don't know. Well, hopefully this won't double up.
No, I know. I don't care about pronouns. I'm born male, I say male.
But what we're asking is if somebody, you do understand that we're just asking people what their preferred pronouns are. And so if you don't have preferred pronouns, you can just say any or no preference. But when you say something like old school, still a male, it shows me that you don't even understand the basics of common decency with regard to asking for pronouns. And so it reads as if you wanted to make a statement by saying that you're old school, still a male, instead of just answering the question. So I'll stop now, and you can prove that the God of the Bible has been shown to be true. Go ahead.
Okay. Simple. God of the Bible has been shown to be true because all creation shows it to be true.
Except that there's no such thing as creation, and all reality shows that creationism and God is not true.
Okay, you just made a claim. Prove it.
My goodness. Flatzoid is the king of the reversal of a burden, right? He comes in making the claim. And then Arun Ra makes a claim, but Flatzoid has the first, and so he shouldn't be reversing it like that. Anyway, Real Cygnus said, I sent you the clip of that Jeran and Dave bit the other day, but I think he moved it to members only just after. Oh, I have a copy. No, the one I'm playing is from the actual live stream. So anyway.
Okay.
Show me one thing that's created, please.
Hang on.
All right.
You made a claim first. Shouldn't you have to defend your claim first?
Yeah.
You just made a claim that everything is shown not to be created. So show me one thing that is not created, please.
Keith, can you answer my question? You made a claim first. Why shouldn't you have to defend your claim before Aaron defends
my
his?
claim is all creation shows God to be true. You can't show me one thing that's not created. So the burden's on you.
Keith.
How?
Keith.
How? Okay.
Keith,
Let's see.
Shut up.
I've got a Ferrari in my backyard.
Oh my God. Keith, you made a claim first. Shouldn't you have to defend your claim before Aaron defends his? That's my question. Answer it.
Matt is not. He's not taking any crap here. I mean, I'm not. The side I'm taking on this one is Flatzoid is pooping his diaper here. That's what he's doing. Keith is his name.
My claim is all creation shows God.
Answer my fucking question, Keith.
I just said.
No, shut up, Keith, and listen. I'm going to mute you again. I swear. I
have to be clear, Matt. You can't swear to God because you don't think God exists. It's just a little funny thing. Anyway.
Just a fucking question. Listen very careful. English, motherfucker, do you speak it? This is a yes or no question. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Here we go. You made a claim before Aaron made his claim. I'm going to unmute you and ask the question. Shouldn't you have to defend your claim first? Yes or no?
Yes, and my claim is
No. It's a yes or no, not yes and. I'd like to actually get to this.
So would I.
Clive says Toon always stops the video so the horns look as if they're coming out of a Ron Ra's head. You can't not. That's where they are.
I want to hear how anything in creation points to God.
Here we go. Keith claimed all creation shows that it is true that the God of the Bible exists. That is your claim. Yes or no?
Yes.
Cool.
Okay.
Now, all we need to know is is there anything that exists that is not part of the set that you've called all creation?
Sorry, say again?
Is there anything that exists in reality that is not a part of the set of things that you are calling all creation?
No, everything is created. If the foundation is created by God, everything that comes after is by default.
These are yes or no.
Yeah, Fred nods. Matt lost him. So Flatzoid didn't get where Matt was going there with he said he talked about a set, right? A set is a logical thing, mathematical thing, where you put things into sets, right? The set of all humans, the set of all cats, the set of all sets. And then when they get into weird stuff like, can the set of all sets include the set of all sets? Can it include what about the set that includes nothing? Can that set be inside the other set? Things like that they like to play with. Okay. So Flatzoid, he came in, making this big claim and really set off Matt, because Matt is like, it's a pretty steep claim that he's making there. I don't know why he made such a claim. And then what he gets into on how he tries, how Flatzoid is trying to do this is just ridiculous.
Fucking questions. I swear if you answer anything other than yes or no to these yes or no fucking...
You. This is how
Shut the fuck up,
works,
Keith.
Man.
Okay. I'm going to mute you, and I'm only going to unmute you long enough to say yes or no. I don't know if you're stupid or what.
He is. Yeah, give him a little slack.
But I'm asking specific questions that clarify your position so that everybody can understand exactly what you're claiming. And then once we've established that, I will then allow you to defend that position beyond a yes or no. Do you understand, yes or no?
Yeah. Yes, try again.
So you're saying that all creation shows that the God of the Bible is true. And my question was, is everything that exists in reality part of the set that you're saying is all creation? Yes or no?
Yes.
So this towel that I'm holding is part of creation. This comb that I'm holding is part of creation. And this piece of sand that is on my desk is part of creation, correct?
Yes.
How does this piece of sand demonstrate that the God of the Bible is true? That's not a yes or no question. You may begin your defense that this piece of sand proves that the God of the Bible is true.
So to review, Flatzoid had made a claim that just because things exist, therefore God exists. A ridiculous way to come about things. I don't know why he's taking this tact. I don't know why he even called into this show. It's like Flatzoid's never actually thought about how theists actually try to support in this type of an environment, try to support their claims. You know, I spent, if you're interested, I've spent quite a few, many hours listening to the Unbelievable podcast with Justin Brierley, and a whole bunch of people in there actually could have an interaction here. Flatzoid obviously is just making a fool of himself.
Thank you.
Because of its molecular structure, it can only be created. Nature can't create itself.
What?
How do you know?
But if nature always existed and was never created, then it didn't create itself.
That would violate the first law of thermodynamics.
Wait. The first law of
Thermodynamics only applies inside the universe, not outside.
Yeah, and
it's funny how Flatzoid and all flat earthers, but Flatzoid is at the top of this one at getting the laws of my gosh, I say it with an L because I've heard flatties say it with an L. So they get the laws of thermodynamics wrong.
Also says that matter cannot be created or destroyed. So our position is that it wasn't created and won't be destroyed. So you are arguing for a position that violates the first law of thermodynamics. Yours is the one.
No.
You need to defend your violation of that first law. We're not violating it. You are.
No, you're trying to reverse the burden onto me. You just claimed that your uncreation is not violating the first law
uncreation.
of thermodynamics.
Yeah, if the first law of thermodynamics implies that if the first law of thermodynamics implies that matter cannot be created, if the first law of thermodynamics implies that matter cannot be created or destroyed, and we maintain that matter was not created and will not be destroyed, then we are in perfect concordance with the first law, since material energy, since the singularity pre-existed even the beginning of time in most models of cosmogony, then there was never a point when there was just nothing. There was never a point when there was a creation at all. Matter and energy were not created, but you are maintaining that they were. So you are violating the first law. You have to justify your violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Don't blame it on us. You're the one doing it.
Okay, I'm going to tell you again.
Oh, he's going to tell it again. So I think Aaron made a good point there, and I don't think Flatzoid understood at all what he said. Flatzoid's position, I think, is that there was some miraculous thing that did violate the first law of thermodynamics. Right? It things that are miraculous, things that are supernatural, they are in the set of things that are not natural. So the creation, whether it's a 6-7 day creation and a 6,000-year-old universe, whether it's flat, as Flatzoid thinks, or a globe, as the huge majority of young earthers think, doesn't change that at some point there was the laws of physics breaking event that God intervened on. That's the whole point of it. I don't think Flatzoid gets that.
You claiming against the first law because you claiming
No. We are concordant with.
Nature
You're the one saying that matter and hello. You're the one saying that matter and energy were created. We're saying they were not.
It doesn't matter because the first law of thermodynamics. Stop.
It came out of nothing.
Stop. It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter.
We don't believe there was ever a point. We don't believe there was ever a point when there was just nothing. You believe that. You believe in creation. You're the one who believes in creation ex nihilo, not us. Don't blame us for your flaws.
No, I believe in the creator. You see, this is where you guys have a category error. You trying to take your natural...
No, I'm going to mute you. So this entire discussion about the first law of thermodynamics is irrelevant because it cannot apply to the origin of the universe. It only applies within the system. So everything that's been said about the first law of thermodynamics is completely irrelevant. So, Keith, you asserted...
We're all in the universe. That's not irrelevant.
Keith,
You just hand Weiss is missing.
Keith. We're in the universe, but the origin of the universe, shut up. The origin of the universe is not in the universe, correct?
Yes, it is. Prove
It
to me
is.
that there's another universe.
So you're saying the origin of the universe is a part of the universe.
So Flatzoid can't even understand his own position. Right? As I understand general theist position that God is not part of this universe. Right? And I mean, I don't know. Maybe Flatzoid has some different idea. He's dumb enough. I don't know.
You first have to prove that there is such thing as another universe.
No, I'm not saying there's another universe. I didn't claim there's another universe.
So there's only one universe.
I don't know. That's how it got its name, universe, but there may in fact be others we don't know, but that's completely irrelevant. I'm going to mute you because you're going to interrupt. I knew you were going to fucking interrupt. I'm going to mute you and you're going to listen.
Matt is on fire. I don't watch much. I've seen a little bit. Is this normal for him? Because I did, I watched the person before, the person after. So a little bit of this I did watch, and he has some pretty decent interchanges, but the other person was a decent person, unlike Flatzoid, who's just the guy's he's a walking poop chunk. So all right, they say yes, this is normal. Okay, all right. Cap Q57 says he's a little hotter than usual. So Man of War says, and all I've seen, Matt is very chill. All right, so we're getting a little of variation here. Matt has a short fuse, says Joe Whip and Binge Thinker. Okay, well, seems that the general idea is that he's a little hot. So, okay. I don't know.
And then I'm going to drop you like a hot fucking rock. You're now claiming that the cause of the universe is internal to the universe. While before you were trying to point out that the cause of the universe is the creator, which is external to the universe. What I'm saying is that the first law of thermodynamics applies within the system, does not apply outside of the system. So it is not a violation of the first law of thermodynamics to create a universe. because the law of thermodynamics applies to the universe that exists. It doesn't necessarily apply to any other universe. It doesn't necessarily apply to a meta-universe. And all it says is that matter and energy within the universe cannot be created or destroyed. It can only change forms. But that's within the universe, just like thermodynamics applies within a closed system. And if there's some external source putting something into the system, that is how you address that. Here's the thing. I want my answer to how a grain of sand demonstrates the truth of the God of the Bible. Go.
Easy. It's in the universe.
What?
Show me there and outside
Cool.
the universe.
Thanks,
It's
Keith.
plain outside.
Thanks, Keith.
I gotta hear that again. I've heard it already, but it was so dumb.
First law of thermodynamics.
You're
Stop.
claiming it came out of nothing.
Stop. It doesn't matter
we don't
because
hold
it
that.
doesn't matter.
We don't believe
It
there
doesn't
was ever
matter.
a point.
There is such thing as another universe.
No, I'm not. Create a universe.
Looking for it here.
Because the law of thermodynamics applies to the universe that exists. It doesn't necessarily apply to any other universe. It doesn't necessarily apply to a meta-universe. And all it says is that matter and energy within the universe cannot be created or destroyed. It can only change forms. But that's within the universe, just like thermodynamics applies within a closed system. And if there's some external source putting something into the system, that is how you address that. Here's the thing. I want my answer to how a grain of sand demonstrates the truth of the God of the Bible. Go.
All right, this is it. And see, I run Roz off camera here. Listen for his laugh. I won't talk over.
Easy. It's in the universe. Show me there and outside
Cool.
the universe.
Thanks,
It's
Keith.
plain outside.
Thanks, Keith.
How does a grain of sand prove the God of the Bible? And Flatzoid says, easy, it's in the universe. That's it. That's it. That was. It doesn't matter if you're a theist or not. That was dumb. That was so dumb. There aren't enough words for how dumb that was. Oh my gosh. It's not how you argue for that topic at all.
I hit the end of my frustration. So first of all, I'm going to back up.
So I'm just wondering.
First of all, I'm going to back up.
Okay.
My apologies to everyone for the extra heat today. I have reached my fucking limit for people not answering the question, not arguing honestly, pulling up fucking distractions left and right that aren't tied to the thing. If you're going to claim that a grain of sand demonstrates that the God of the Bible is real because its molecular structure can't be produced by nature, you're wrong. Everything we have about how grains of sand form are by natural processes within the universe. You haven't, I don't know how you could even make the assertion that the molecular structure of a grain of sand isn't possible for nature to produce. Instead, what he's actually saying is that everything in nature goes back to some original origin. It wasn't a grain of sand that attests to it. It's that something exists. And so all he's doing is that the whole of creation attests to there being a creator. And that is just an unfounded assertion. There is no, the first law of thermodynamics is completely irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. You might as well be talking about heat transfer and fluid flow in an open system. It does not work. That is not the way any of this works. I am so fucking sick of these weak ass all of creation proves the creator. Cool. Thanks, bro. Thanks for wasting all that time. Thanks for refusing to answer the question. Thanks for trying to spin it. Hey, did Aaron make a claim? You bet. And you know what? If Aaron wants to actually defend his claim that everything in creation attests that there isn't a God, He can do that. You want to? We got time.
I think I could.
All right. I'll leave it at that. And I'll just give you a little bit of my thoughts there. I already mostly did. That was terrible. Flatzoid. That's not how you seriously go. I mean, Flatzoid is never going to be the person to engage in this type of debate. He is way too dumb. Flatzoid, you are not smart. You are Dunning-Kruger afflicted. You think you're smart, but you're not. You're very much not smart. When I was a kid, my mom worked at a developmental center for people that were mentally and physically handicapped. And the people that were there knew that they had a problem. They knew if they were mentally handicapped, that they were mentally handicapped. They didn't sugarcoat it. They let them know, right? And they did things to help them, live independently or live more independently or to be, whatever, to improve their lives. But an important part of that is that they knew that they had some issues. Flatzoid, I'm telling you, you have issues. You are not smart. If you listen to if somehow you listen to this and it gets to you and right now you're listening, right? And you're reviewing this, you are not smart. And if you are having a response to this of, oh yes, I am, it doesn't change it. You're not smart. When you were in school, you failed at everything. You struggled to do the basic things because you're not smart. You don't understand how to just do simple math because you're not smart. You think math doesn't work because you're not smart. And your not smartness, tied with your inability to understand that you're not smart, has made you into a pathological serial liar. 11 frames, that thermos that you pretended to have the measurements for, those were lies. You lie all the time, Flatzoid. We see it. It's not a good look. All right, I have another. It's Jeran and DIRTH coming up, but I got a couple super chats here to read up on. We got King Ed the Fifth says, so when you going to do the membership stream? I'm not sure when. I'm looking at my schedule, but because I know I have to be able to go longer than just through 2-3 hours. But hopefully, maybe everybody will be like, screw it. Anyway, I don't know. It's not right away. It's probably September at the earliest. August is kind of busy because of Ultimate Frisbee, but once we get into September, a few things change. Like everything changes on Labor Day. So, and if you're not in the United States, look up Labor Day. So. MK Ultra said, RN/Matt on MC2 at once. You're crossing streams. You never cross the streams. Now I as you probably figured out, I'm not super familiar with Matt Dillahunty there. I'm more familiar with Ron Ra because he's done other debates with Flatties. So I've seen his, like when he debated with Nathan Thompson, it was epic. It was on was it on Non Sequitur Show? I think it was epic. Go watch it if you haven't. Maybe I'll review it sometime. It was, yeah. When Iran, no, it was a modern day debate. I don't know. When he debated with Kyle Adams about Mormonism, holy cow. That was a demolishing. I was embarrassed for Kyle. He was so just dumbfounded. He had no clue what to say. Kyle Adams just sat there. Anyway, so yes, I've seen him before a bit. So, let's see. Let's see. We got this. Leodis Chiron says, as a Christian, this is a new feeling for me to have someone on my side screwing up so much. Is this how flat earthers feel when Flatzoid talks? Now, I guess they're not willing to accept the L. Yeah, I mean, Christians, we see Christians being dumb all the time. I think telepreachers, televangelists, I see them and then, and they screw up so often. Like, yep, that sucks. But yeah, and certainly if flat earthers were a bit more self-aware, they would, when a flat earther is out there making a fool of flat earthers, they would do something. But for some reason, they don't, even when they realize it. I'll give you an example. This is a great example. So when JM Truth first came on the scene, Nathan Thompson came up and championed JM Truth because JM Truth has a master's degree in science. For the people that, say credentials don't matter, then somebody with credentials shows up to like, credentials. No, he did not have a master's degree in science. He had a master's degree from what looked like a diploma mill in some sort of digital marketing program, which very likely had not much to do, not much in the way of requirements for a bachelor's degree prior. Probably didn't have very tedious classwork, probably was not even more than a year program, and certainly was not accredited. So, what's the value of a master's degree from that type of program? Nothing, essentially. So, just like somebody that has a PhD, not a PhD, somebody that's a doctor from a naturopathic school that has no accreditation, you're not really a doctor. You don't actually have a PhD. So, Kyle Adams, who Ron Rod debated, is a professor at a university. Of course, he created the university and he assigned himself to be the professor. So, all right. Left-handed Jeep says he went full Samuel L. Jackson on him. He did. He did. Lord Luminous Pooh says, I actually told Iran about Flatzoid, and his co-host lost his poop saying, I know about him. I love watching him debate rational people. Yeah, Flatzoid gets Flatzoid poops his pants every time he gets on YouTube. And it's a double pooping if he's debating somebody. Lord Illuminous Pooh says a weasel walks into a bar. The bartender says, wow, I've never served a weasel. What can I get you? Pop, goes the weasel. I'll go now. Thank you, Lord Illuminous Pooh. And if you're not from the Midwest, pop is what we call soda. Zoomy Tomato says, I'm a firm believer in thermal dominatrix. That's not what he was saying, Zoomy. Miles Wilson says, if every believer I knew was like Flatzoid, I would question my belief in Flatzoids and my own religion. God, however, would still remain. God must have more honesty than Flatzoid. Sorry. Flatzoid does not have honesty. He doesn't mind lying. He doesn't. Also, if you're from Minnesota, duck, 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 and then what do? Type in the chat. What do? And then you hit him on the head. You say this thing. You hit him on the head. You run around the circle and you sit down. What's the word? What's the word? What do you say? Lord Illuminous Pooh says, a sentence you've never heard before. I cloned a boob with the legs of a crab pierced to the nipples so I can attach a leash and take it for a walk. Yep, I've never said that before, Lord Illuminous Pooh. And, wow. There you go. Casey Cooper, Brenda. Of course, Brenda gets it right. Mr. Six, Mr. Circe got it right. Well, the correct answer is gray duck if you're from Minnesota. Blackburn, Big Dragon, Ben D. Yep. Duck, gray duck. And somebody answered gray goose. In Minnesota, we have our own vodka here. Gray duck vodka. Themed after both the game and gray goose. So I bought a bottle one time. It lasted 2.5 years. I drank it rather quickly. Lord Illuminus Poo. Okay, I already read that one. That sentence I've never heard before. You are correct. Icy Spin says, if a Flatzoid falls in the forest, it still makes a lie. Yep. MK Ultra said, Flatzoid said planar walk is demon possessed, and we're mean. Get some standards. Yeah. Regardless of to my knowledge, that's not demon possessed within Christianity. Right? People do what people do, and people outside of your religion, they don't have to follow your religion. Expecting them to follow your religion is a bit strange. Stringer News 1 says nobody witnessed the beginning of the universe. That's correct. Nobody was there to see it, except for those that were outside of the universe. But Flatzoid thinks they're inside the universe somehow. PhD Tony said Flatzoid is about as smart as syphilis, but a lot less pleasant. Yep. Lord Illuminus Poo says Yeshua translates from Hebrew to Joshua, and Christ means anointed one, as in with oils. So I will use his real name, Oily Josh. Yep. Lord Illuminus Poo again says, I don't care about your pronouns. I want to know your adjectives. Mine are chaotic and random. DJ Nuggs says, that's the Flurf's theme. Unpatilated ignorance to their own stupidity. Unpatilated. Hold on a second. I will be looking that up. Is that hold on. Did you mean unparalleled? It tried to correct me. So I'm going to read it this way. It makes more sense. DJ Nug says that's the Flurf's theme, unparalleled ignorance to their own stupidity. I think that sounds better. We'll go with that one. Oh yeah, he corrected me. Good. Jiffy Jiffwald says duck, duck, duck. Black Swan. My gosh. Could you make a Black Swan vodka? What color would it be? Huge R says if Flatzoid didn't have dishonesty, he dunno we no honesty at all. I didn't get that. If Flatzoid didn't have dishonesty, he dunno we have no honesty at all. I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. Ashton Richards says Flaccidizoid. And Lord Illuminus Poo says, what do you call a werewolf substituting for the guy in a printing press? A like and subscribe. Oh my gosh. Come on. That was gold, people. Yep. A werewolf substituting for a guy at a printing press. A like and subscribe. Hugh, do you want to clarify what you wrote there? I don't know if I got it wrong. So, all right. I did some customization on this. Oh, where that's just not right. That's not the right one. Is it? Oh, it is. Hold on. So I set up, hold on. There it is. Okay. I set up the next scene very particularly for this one. So, and I need to back it up. Hugh Jarvis was attacked by the auto carrot. All right, 259.20 is where I need to go in this. 259.10. Okay. So you will hear before I do the switch over. So Hughes says, I was trying to say if he didn't have dishonesty, he'd have no honesty at all. There you go. That's the way. If Flatzoid didn't have dishonesty, he would have no honesty at all. There you go. Okay. Here comes this. So this is Thursday night. You may have seen this before, but this is on Thursday on Jeran's show with DIRTH in tow.
But watch my show tomorrow. I'll get back to you on it tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yep.
Good enough.
All right, thanks. That
All
was
right,
Art.
thanks.
And we're going to go with Dave Weiss next. Dave, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up?
What up? Foo?
Hey,
I
I
say what?
agree with a lot. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I say what?
What?
Yeah, there we go.
Right. So I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I wanna hold your feet to the fire on something. But let's address what this guy said.
Okay. Robert Petrie says, does MC Toon believe in creation? Oh, I'll answer that quick here. I am not a young earth creationist. I believe in God and therefore some sort of creation. I don't know. The Bible is not very specific on it. And if reality disagrees with with your understanding of the Bible, then either your understanding of reality is wrong, or your understanding of the Bible is wrong, or both are wrong. So there you go. Dewey Cheatham Howe says, how does this idiot still show his face after the beating he took from Professor Dave? Dave, I don't know. It was well, he's got his grift, right? He had to come back. Otherwise, where else is he going to make his money from and sell his app? I got some coffee in here. You like the mug? Okay. Gravity is not kind to that face. Nope. So for reference, DIRTH had said some disparaging remarks about some female on Twitter. I won't give the specifics. I won't dignify the specifics other than to say that DIRTH, this guy right here, had made some disparaging remarks about how some female looked. And he made these comments on Twitter. So it was at that time that I went through a few of his videos and picked out some of his better looking faces. This is DIRTH looking really nice. Look how dapper he is there. So is my cup pasteurized? No. In fact, this coffee is from earlier today, so it's room temperature, which probably would do the opposite of what you'd get with pasteurization.
Deleted programming says, Jeran sounds like a Glober demanding a model.
Well, hold on.
Yes,
So this guy, let me turn on my camera here.
Yes.
So you can see that, right?
Yes.
All right.
Oh wait. Oh, all right. I gotta get the whole thing here. You want to see? We need to see what he's. This is insanity. It's like he's that kid that's mentally handicapped, and nobody told him. Nobody told him yet. So I will tell you right now, DIRTH, you are not smart. This is embarrassing, DIRTH. You should be ashamed for this demonstration you're about to do here. But you lack the intelligence to be embarrassed.
So he is showing a Glober argument where he sees the observer sees the sun directly above him, and this is just demonstrating not the same thing he is, but it's going to show you the same thing. He shows another sun over here, and then the sun moves over. That's the sun moving straight across the sky. Nobody ever sees that. Right. And his problem is he put the.
So why did he put that triangle there to the side? That made no sense.
protractor in the corner like he had it, yeah, there's a problem with measuring 15 degrees. The problem is that's how they see the sun.
Right. Yes, and this destroys your idea of flat Earth.
Right? So the sun goes down due to perspective.
Correct.
And it does go about 15 degrees per hour, maybe even exactly 15 degrees per hour until the very end. Until it gets down to the bottom where that protractor was, the level of the Earth, it can never go below it. So it stops.
It slows up.
As you've seen with my sun fade out video,
it stops?
Right.
It stops?
And most of the
But it doesn't stop. That's the problem, you idiot. It doesn't stop. All right, we'll listen a little more while I'm grabbing something.
You've already lost it behind a physical land obstacle or a cloud deck or the atmospheric deck. So
you've lost it behind an obstacle, huh? Well, let's have a look. So here's what here's what this disgusting lying piece of filth DIRTH is doing. He has found one video that is out of focus and is showing the glare of the sun, not the sun. And when you have you have an out of focus and you have glare, you see a large view of the sun, much larger than it is actually. And then when it gets near the horizon and starts to get blocked by the hill, in the case that he has, the amount of light. So the glare is circular based on the amount of light, generally circular, not based on the shape of the thing. So if you have a square and it's glare, it's circular. If it's a triangle and it's glare, it's circular. If it's a semicircle and it's glare, it's circular. So, but with slight roundings of the edges, depending on how much glare it is and how much overexposed that is. So when it gets near the horizon and the full amount of the sun starts to get blocked and you're seeing part of the circle, the glare is shrinking. The glare is out here. The sun is down here. It's smaller. And then it goes down more. Well, the glare shrunk because more of the sun got blocked. And so then when you get to the very bottom and there's just the top of the sun, it's shown, well, now the glare shrinks. And you never actually see the actual sun. You need a solar filter for that. They never have a solar filter on it. And the reason why is because it doesn't support their lie. So now he did say, did you hear him say? It's always being blocked by something. Trees, or the cloud deck, or the whatever he said. I don't know what else he said. So it doesn't matter because it's not true at all. So here is with a solar filter. And this is just a sequence that I made a couple years ago. This one is, I love this one. It's my favorite. It's by Felipe Rockhold, who's a flat earther. I messaged him when he was taking videos of the sun with his P1000 and zooming in a lot. And when you really zoom in a lot, you don't get a lot of glare. But I said, hey, why don't you get a solar filter? So he did. And then he filmed these and then I downloaded them and then he deleted his channel and he blocked me. So, so let's see. This, now here, I'll jump ahead. So unfortunately, this isn't showing it crossing the horizon. It's too high. But a few of these are. So this one here, you can see the sun is not shrinking in size as it has to do on flat Earth. It's staying the same size. Well, how does that happen? How does that happen? So this one here is from Wolfie. Now, it does this into the horizon over water, too. It crosses water at the same angular width. So now this one, this is coming in diagonal because of the way that the camera mount, the mount was on. It doesn't matter. There it is. Here's another one. Setting. So does it not set? Of course it sets. Why would you think the sun doesn't set? It sets. This video is mostly about the angular size of the sun, because flatties always claim that the angular size shrinks, but it doesn't. It never shrinks. It's the same width with the small variations. So, you know, and this is critically important. Flat earthers don't need to show that the sun doesn't set once, right? DIRTH has one that he searched for. They have to show that the sun never sets. For flat earth to be correct, according to their claims, right? They don't have a plausible mechanism for what causes the sun to appear that low. They don't have anything. They say perspective. Okay, run through the application of perspective. That it doesn't work. I can do it. It doesn't work. From the southern tip of South America, 10 degrees angular elevation is the lowest it ever could be. So it doesn't work. And so then they still say, well, it doesn't set. Of course it sets. 8 billion people every day see it sets. Your weird religion of saying it doesn't set when it very clearly does makes you look really stupid. It sets. I didn't finish this. You don't need to show it one time. You need to show it every time matching the prediction of flat Earth, which is, according to geometry, the application of geometry in optics, it would stay well above the horizon. It would be smaller at midnight, and it would be larger at noon. Solar noon, solar midnight, right? And it would never get below the horizon unless you had mountains in the way or something. And its angular size has to change dramatically based on where you are, differently based on where you are. But in reality, it's always the same. And then I'll say one more thing. He said that when the sun gets near the horizon, it does change how quickly it goes. And this is predicted on the globe as well. That's because in the lower atmosphere, the refraction is higher. So what happens is you get this compression. So the sun is, half a degree in angular width. And as it gets closer to the horizon, there's more. Let me turn my hand just right. There's more in this lower area here. There's more a vertical gradient of index of refraction. And so when you get there, it's trying to cram the same amount of vertical scan lines into a smaller amount of space. So it gets shrunk vertically, and conditions vary. That's predicted on the globe. It's not predicted to be that low. For flat Earth, it could never be that low. So every sunset falsifies flat Earth. And they're like, oh, it doesn't, because the sun never sets. Well, it does, but fine. What time will the sun set? Use flat Earth geometry to tell me what time the sun will set. I can do it for the globe. You can't for flat Earth. If you use flat Earth geometry and you apply it, the sun could never set.
Shown that it stops going down.
It doesn't.
It's not. It's just going away, and it's perspective. He's not taking in perspective.
How does? Oh, I didn't put it up. How does going away? What does going away mean? Going away would mean it gets smaller. You still see it though, right? It's the sun. It's the brightest thing up in the sky. Going away doesn't make it cross the horizon at the same size. I should end the poll here for Flatzoid. Let me just read off here. We've got, is Flatzoid a liar? The winning answer is yes in all caps with 54%. Second place is yes with 24%. Third place is with 15% is no. Just kidding, yes. And then 5% gets also yes. So it seems that the yeses have it. Sir Little Wolf, they have their own geometry. They don't have it. None of them can do geometry, and that's how they got to be flat earthers. If they could do geometry, they would never have become flat earthers. They would have instantly laughed as soon as somebody presented the idea to them. The target market for flat earth evangelism is people that are so dumb that they don't understand elementary school level geometry. That's it. Who other than a couple outliers, none of them can understand geometry. None of them. So, and this is and thanks to Peter Markley for this. Flat earthers like to cite old ancient cultures. Well, the ancient cultures that they cite had ideas about how the sun set. They thought, and there's no exceptions to this. Peter searched high and low. He found no exceptions. He found some ambiguous, a couple that were a little ambiguous, but he didn't find any exceptions to this. They thought that nighttime was nighttime for everybody simultaneously. In the Book of Enoch, which many flat Earth religious look at, the Book of Enoch in chapter 2, verse 14, says that the sun goes into a portal and it's there for 6 hours with a chariot. If you're going to be literal, there's a chariot there too. It's in the portal. It goes away for 6 hours. Nobody sees it anywhere on Earth for 6 hours. It wasn't until the mid-1800s that Samuel Rowbottom came along and said, oh, the sun is doing circles around Earth, and it's magical how you can't see it. So Peter Markley coined the term Robothamism, or Robotomism. I don't know. What's the right pronunciation? To say, well, this was the first time in history that we know of that somebody said the sun stays above the flatness all day long and somehow magic makes it go away. So, all right, let's listen to the rest of his nonsense here.
That's the answer. Yes,
with measurements. Like the sun would have to go straight across, and you never see the sun move and stay at the same height from your point of view.
And that is exactly what's wrong with flat Earth.
Whether you want to call that the personal atmospheric dome or not.
But do we think that it's moving straight across?
I think it's moving.
So Jeran's asking a good question. Do we, flat earthers, think, not me, but Jeran and DIRTH, think that the sun is moving straight across? They do.
Straight across. Straight or in a curve, but in a day's time, I think it's at the same height all the way around.
Okay,
that's my opinion. Right. I mean, maybe it varies a little bit. Just like these lights. These lights are the same height, but in his model, he's got them all going at the height of that top light.
So here's the problem. Of course, which of those lights crosses the floor, the road? Right. Obviously, this road is not perfectly flat. But which of those lights crosses the road where assume it was, if it were flat, if it were perfectly flat, how far away would the light need to be so that the bottom half of the light bulb is blocked by the flatness of the road? None. They gloss over that. But this particular thing here, we can apply perspective to, and it will work every time. If you look at the nearest light there, so there's two lines of light, one on the left, one on the right. So let's look at the left side there, that nearest light. We don't know how far away it is. Let's say it's 10 meters away. That's probably a bit much, but let's use round numbers. 10 meters away. And the next one, let's say, is 20, right? And then the next one's 30, and then the next one's 40. The amount that they go down is not linear in relation to how far away they are. So when you go from 10 to 20 meters, there's a drop. When you go from 20 to 30, there's a drop, but it's not the same. It's a smaller drop. 30 to 40, yet smaller drop. And this is well understood. That is an application of perspective. If you give me the actual numbers of the first one from the observer to the first, and then all of the other distances, I can tell you the angular drop of each one of them. Every one of them. Through math. We can apply math and predict it. DIRTH doesn't understand math. He's dumb. And that, that's how he got to be a flat earther.
From that, that quarter inch from the top of the picture.
Okay.
And that's why his measurements aren't working. And then the fact that the sun stops going down. I don't need to show you the sun.
It doesn't stop going down. It's this weird. DIRTH has somehow, like, he's introduced a couple mythologies to flat earthers. The mythology that the sun does not go down, and the mythology that you can bring a boat back with a zoom. Right? He didn't introduce them, but he has said it so many times that he is like the champion of this lie.
Out, you've seen it.
Yes.
It stops going down. That goes along with perspective showing a sun level of across the level Earth going away.
Okay. Yep.
All right. So it's.
Oh, hold on. I need to update the. There we go. There.
Whatever caller was, think about it. I mean, it's good that you're trying to figure this stuff out, but you're looking at it orthographically, and orthographic vision does not exist.
Oh, they hate orthographic. You know why? Because it destroys their dirt pizza. And yes, we don't see orthographic, but it's 100% accurate. And I will show you how. All right. This is great. I did this a couple years ago. Topics. This. All right. I'm going to show you this. All right. Hold on. That's going to be wrong. Let me get this set up a little better. There we go. Okay. So here's a trailer. Now we know how long it is because there's a giant 53 on it, but you know what? I measured it myself. Here I'm holding the one end of that's my kid actually. And here's the other end, 53 feet. It's just shy. It's 52, 9 3/4 inches. Right. And then here's what I did. I did not measure the height of it. Now, somebody that knows about semi-trailers would probably know what the height is. I did not know. I could have eyed it, but I didn't. I measured it without a tape measure. I measured it. So here is the angular elevation of the bottom of it. So I'm standing at one end. I have the camera right there next to the trailer, and the angle is negative 0.5 degrees. And then I tipped the camera up there, and it's plus 10 degrees. Isn't that nice? All right. So what did I do? Well, I applied perspective. So this is actually a different truck. I just got a picture of a truck somewhere. So here are the numbers that I measured. Now I did not go to the top of the truck to figure out how high it was. I did not need to. I measured 10.5 degrees. I measured 28.83 feet. And that other one on the right is 90 degrees. That's all I did. This is orthographic view. We don't see an orthographic view, but you know what? It's correct. I calculated 9.8 feet, and I measured 9.71 feet. Now I did actually measure. Here's me measuring the height. Here's a close-up of the height, right there. Right, 9 feet, and a few inches there. So there it is. So I did measure it. But the cool thing is I did not need to measure it. And if I could not have measured it, I would have been accurate. Now this is to show that the orthographic view matches reality. So you can whine and complain and pretend that that it matters when you say, we don't see an orthographic view. But it's 100% correct. You show me where it's not correct. You go ahead. You show me. You can't. Here's the problem. This right here. Oh, it's cropped. Let me fix that a little. This right here shows that flat earthers, they don't understand. They don't understand. I don't even need to finish the sentence. They don't understand. In order to do this, you can use a triangle calculator online. You don't even need to know how to solve a triangle using trigonometry. Or you could just use high school trigonometry. This would have been covered in Algebra 2, typically, which is typically covered your junior year of high school. Different people, different curriculums, different states all vary, but that's a pretty common place where it's covered. So don't tell me you don't get to say orthographic view doesn't count, because it's absolutely correct. Yeah, this photo is an orthographic view. It is. So as soon as they say we don't see an orthographic view, that's because they don't want this truth to be admitted. And their gullible idiot followers will just gobble it up. Oh, we don't see an orthographic view, therefore you can't use it. Yes, we can. Show where it's wrong. And I understand putting that thing in front of a flat earther, show where it's wrong, is something that they can never respond to, because none of them can even understand how this happened. I used a right triangle calculator. I put in 105, 52.83, and 90 is implied in a right triangle calculator. That's all I did. Now, let's see here. I did one more thing here with that same trailer. I went sideways to it. So here I put the tape measure down. I think I measured out 100 feet. This is this tape measure measures in feet. Sorry to the metric system people here. There's the 100-foot long tape measure. And then what did I do? I did the same thing. I measured the angle, negative 0.3 degrees plus 0.51 degrees. And I did the same type of calculation. Angle from 100 feet, 5.4 degrees. Calculated 9.45 feet. So when I did the same triangle, which I didn't draw out on screen here, but you could draw out an orthographic view, then the 5.4 degrees calculates to 9.45 feet. It's measured 9.7 feet. Spot on. Now, why was it off? Well, the measurement precision is at fault there. So, again, I will say again, orthographic view is absolutely 100% something you can use, and anybody that doesn't want to use it is a liar and probably a scammer.
Sideways vision, yes.
Sideways vision does not exist unless you can see the side of your face without a mirror or a camera. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
So all of those words is there running away from what I just showed you is absolutely doable.
All right. So I want to ask you a couple questions about the sun observation.
Okay.
Right. It's pretty clear evidence that we have that we've seen the sun circle in the north. D. Marble did it. We've seen millions of videos, not millions.
Millions.
Lots of videos.
Lots of videos. He pulled back his millions to lots. I've only seen like 3. And Will Duffy messaged me several weeks ago. He goes, flatties always say that there's so many videos of the 24-hour sun in the north, but there are not. And I looked a little bit. He looked a little bit. And we both came to thinking, you know what? We think there probably are more videos in the south than there are in the north. Now, doing a 24-hour video of the sun is not easy, especially in cold. You need to do a lot more precautions if you're doing it in the cold. You need to have a camera that automatically moves, unless you're gonna be there the whole time for 24 hours. You need to have the camera automatically move. Well, there aren't a whole lot of places that you can go to say, hey, I'd like to purchase a tripod mount for my camera, for my P1000, that automatically moves at 15 degrees per hour. Right? There aren't a whole lot of those. I don't know if there are any, actually. You can get telescope mounts that do that, and you could probably adjust it so that it did that and stayed horizontal with a telescope mount, a motorized equatorial mount. They're not cheap. And I don't know how they run, if they're battery or plug-in. So you'd need that, or you'd need to do your own, or you'd need to find some less expensive version of it. But these aren't, you don't just, pop down to Best Buy and grab one. This is kind of a specialty thing. So what else could you do? Well, you can do a 360 degree camera, but 360 degree cameras are two fisheye lenses, actual fisheye lenses, on opposite sides of a stick, basically. They're not usually that big. It's like this size, right? And then you've got a camera on both sides that's got a big lens sticking out. And then in software, it stitches them together. And so at the seam, you see imperfections at the seam, as you'd predict. So that's another way to do it. And there is a 360 degree VR in 8K, and that's because there's two 4K cameras on of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And so the camera doesn't have to move. You just plug it in and have enough battery to make it at least 24 hours. But what happens is the sun goes across that stitch, and there people are like, oh, CGI. Well, no, it's a VR camera. That's exactly what you'd predict. So, that's the easier way to do it. But will Flatties accept it? Of course not. There already is one, and they reject it. The one by Anthony Powell. I think there's two by Anthony Powell. One that they looped in a weird spot. There is the original that exists that wasn't edited. You can go get it. It's on Earth is Life's YouTube channel. There's that one. There's the one where they put words on the screen, and they're like, they put words on the screen, therefore fake. Like, here's the challenge, Flatties. Go get the 24-hour video of the sun in the north that you accept. The one you accept. You say, this one is the quality that I accept for a 24-hour sun. The ones in the south are better quality. The ones in the south are better done. So they have this dual standard of evidence. It's the third law of Flerf. They will accept the ones in the north, and they will reject the ones in the south, not because of the quality of the video, not because of the provenance of it, but because they have to, because they have a pre-selected conclusion that they must stick to. Thatcher lie says also the fact that we observe the sun to move a constant 15 degree per hour proves a globe, since on a flat earth you would see the sun change speed as it gets farther or closer. Absolutely. I will, you know what, I'll pull up a couple things here. Hold on, I need to get this. I don't want to lose this. This is episode 533, live stream 533, in case you're wondering. Okay, looking for sun what? sun angular element. That's not it. Sun position. There we go. Okay. So this is from Yakush. Yanush Yakus. So this is this shows what Flat Earth predicts. I need to switch this here. Here. All right. There you go. This is what Flat Earth predicts. This is what it has to do. Leslie Rohr says on Amazon, search Skywatcher Star Adventurer 2i Pro Pack. Oh, is that it? Okay. Let me. Leslie, can you DM me that? So this is what the sun has to do on Flat Earth. It can't set. Right. And I get that flat earthers, they're like, well, no, the sun sets or goes away. Right. But you don't have a plausible mechanism for it. Why does it go away? You can't explain it. This is what optics and geometry and perspective applications say the sun should do for flat Earth. This is from Antarctica. Right. But we can move that anywhere. Let's put it in about Minneapolis. About Minneapolis is, we're at 45 north, negative 93. Let's see, is that, oh, nope. -45, negative 93. No, all right. 45 degrees. Oh, come on. Oh, no, that's what it's the wrong way. You see what I'm doing there? Do you? Okay. Okay, so this is about Minneapolis right here. So this is what it should look like in Minneapolis on what day of the year is this? This is December 21st. This is the farthest the sun is ever away from Minneapolis. Right, now here's looking due south right there. And then right. Come on. There you go. This is looking due north. The sun should never get that low. How does it do that? How does it get that low? There's no plausible mechanism for it, flatties. And this is over the Tropic of Capricorn. You're like, it's so far away that you can't see it anymore. Well, no. That's not the case. Joey Jones says your flat Earth scale is off. There's no scale. What scale? I asked flat earthers for scale. They're like, it's on the Gleason map. That's not a scale. Nope, not that. There was another one I wanted to show you, I think. There's that. There's this. Nope, not right now. Nothing else right now. I might come to something else, but this one is good for right now. We're good. All right.
Yes.
So it appears that the sun is circling. That can work on a globe Earth too. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I've also demonstrated when the sun's over Capricorn and it's over Sydney, I can call up my friend PK and say, hey, where's the sun? What time is it? And he says it's right over me and it's noon.
Correct.
And so there is.
See, and that's all. Yeah, I have this other one. That's all that DIRTH will do. That's my app works because I can call up my friend somewhere else and they're like, it's there. But that's not good enough. I mean, I guess if you're lazy and stupid, that's good enough. You know, for example, if your name is David Weiss and you're a scammer, that might be good enough. But let's go over here and have a look at what the flat Earth requires. Right, so here we go. Here is Sydney, right? So you can click around, you can put the observer here is in Sydney, and we can pick the day of the year. So let's go again, December 21. Right? So here it is, December 21. This is the pattern on their map of what this is illuminated on that day. So DIRTH can call up his friend and say, hey, yeah, do you see the sun in Sydney? And they'll say, yes, I do see the sun in Sydney. But the next question is, oh, well, what angle did the sun rise this morning? What angle, what azimuth, the horizontal angle, did the sun set? Oh, well, you don't want that one to be questioned, because look at this. This dashed line is the observed angle to the sun. And you can see that yellow thing, that's the sun position according to flat earthers. According to DIRTH's app, Dave Weiss the Scammer's app says that's where the sun is, but that dashed line is the actual angle to the sun. I'll speed up the animation a little bit. Look at that. It's diverging. There's no consistency there. And now right here, you don't see it anymore. So why is it that right here, just moments before sunset, the angle to the sun is about 90 degrees off of where the sun is according to them? It makes no sense at all. But we can do, it's even worse. It's even worse. Because if we put right about, I'll put it at 80 degrees south. Right there. This is Union Glacier. This is where they're going to be. You see that? It's off the screen, but there's no more to see. That's actually the edge of the screen. All right, let's animate that. So here we can see the sun and the angle to the sun are getting closer. They're getting closer. They're getting closer. And for one moment, they match right here. They match for one moment. And then they're going to match again in a moment right here. And then they'll match one more time right here. So this broken clock is right 3 times a day, but now it starts to get embarrassing for flat Earth. Look at this. Because the sun, if Dave Weiss were to call up people in New Zealand and say, hey, is the sun visible in the sky? People in New Zealand would say, sure is. And people in Union Glacier would say, it sure is also, but I see it due west. Uh-oh, it doesn't match. But it gets even worse, because right here where the sun is over, it'll be past Australia here in just a little bit. There it is right here. In Union Glacier, you look due south and you see the sun, but according to Dave Weiss's crappy scamming app, the sun is over the Indian Ocean there at that moment. So people in Indonesia would, or I don't know, is that Indonesia? They'd look due south. Malaysia, they'd look due south up in the sky. They say, oh, there's the sun south of me. But the people in Union Glacier would look due south and they'd say, it's south of me. How can it be at those two locations simultaneously? It can't. And Flat Earth Dave is like, it's not a problem. Just call him up. Hey, do you see the sun? Oh, my app says the sun is there. Cool. My app is right. It's not right. Your app is wrong, Dave. The price is wrong, Bob. So it's Bob Barker. Price is Right from Adam Sandler's movie. Never mind. Anyway.
some truth with a circling sun. Would you agree with that?
No.
Absolutely. What do you mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you brought up that hey, gas pressure, without a container. But you brought up a great argument. Hey, if we measured curvature, you can't say it doesn't count because of gas pressure. Great point. Except we're physically measuring.
So this is the staying on topic thing, right? You can't say, well, some other thing is a problem, therefore I don't have to answer this thing, right? When you're talking about, what about we can measure physical curvature, you can't say, oh, but this other thing, right? You need to address it. If you have to change a topic, it's an admission that this topic that you're running from kills you, right? It destroys your idea. It's an admission when you have to change topics.
Curvature, right? That's a falsifier, right? If you could physically measure curvature.
Okay.
How far is the sun in the globe or flat Earth model? Do you know?
Very far in the globe?
How far exactly?
93 million.
No, come on.
What do you mean? You asked me how far it was in the globe model.
Well, how far do you think in the flat Earth model? How far is it?
Oh, not very far.
But we don't know is the answer.
And that is a problem. Because measuring the distance to the sun flying over the dirt pizza is so much easier than measuring the distance to the sun very, very far away. You could just do triangulation like I showed with the truck. That truck trailer, it's the same process. If you know how far you are from where you're at to the position directly underneath the sun, the GP of the sun, where if you look straight up, you see the sun. And if you have a vertical pole, there's no shadows. That position, there's always a position on the earth that is the GP of the sun. If you know your distance from where you are to there, number one, and number two, you know the angle to the sun from where you're at. You can triangulate and get the height, but it never works. It's always wrong. It's always wrong based on where you are. Different latitudes give different answers. This falsifies the globe. And for 150 years, flat earthers have been saying the same thing. Well, we don't know. We don't know how high it is. Well, not at. I'll amend that. Give me you know what? Samuel Rowbotham, or Rowbotham, claimed that the sun was, well, he changed his answer a couple different times because I think if he tried it, he probably got different answers. But he gave a number of less than 5,000. I think at a different version of his book, he said less than 3,000. I think one time he gave a more specific answer of 2,100. Gleason, who made the map, the map that they all think that they like so much, which is just a projection from the globe. He tried to apply geometry. He got in the neighborhood of 2,000 to 3,000 miles. William Carpenter, same thing. Wilbur Voliva, who had that cult town in Zion, Illinois for a few years, same thing, around 3,000 miles. High, but when you actually test it, it doesn't work. And this is a falsifier for flat Earth. If you can't get an actual height of something, it's because it's wrong. But they're like, oh, forget the wrong of that. We're gonna just come up with some lame excuse that doesn't actually explain it. But for dumb people, it's word salad and they gobble it up. That's all they have.
It's closer than 93 million miles, but we don't know.
Right.
Because we can't touch it.
Correct.
Right? So,
Because we can't touch it. Now, I could not touch the top of that trailer, yet I was able to measure how high it was. That's it there, Davy Pooh. You scamming liar. You know, that reminds me of something.
Yo, listen up, it's your boy Birch in the his house. My plan so slick, gonna make your pockets dizz out. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. It's your boy Dirt H in the his house. That's the horse house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the Earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Black Turner, that's the line I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Flat Earth, that's the lie I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. I offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about the thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about the thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy to make that green, I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. DITRH, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
Yeah, that's right. Dave Weiss is a scammer, and he has tailored a scam very carefully so that he can fool people into not trying to do geometry, not listening to people that can do geometry. Like, I can't touch the sun, therefore I can't measure it. You can. We're not in kindergarten. People figured out how to do things. The entire field of surveying is measuring things without touching them. Jeez.
So comparing what we see in the sky to what we can physically measure on Earth is two different categories.
No, it's not.
But the most consistent thing that there is by far is the sun.
No, I'm with you. Listen, first, I want to go on the record. I don't think they're going to see a 24-hour sun. It would have been filmed already. Right. It would have been seen. You're right. And if they...
It has been filmed already. And that's again, the reality distortion field that DIRTH has. Let me pull it up. It would have been, and this is, you may, I can grant that you will disagree with it, but the fact that it exists doesn't change. It has been filmed, so you don't get to say it hasn't been filmed. All right, I changed my, there it is. Okay. Oh no, I changed my, a couple of my notes in Evernote, and then I have to go find where I put them in the new place. But I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use this one here. So this here. So they're like, the fact that it hasn't been filmed. It has been filmed right here. This is it. This is the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So you may disagree with it. You may say you don't accept it, but you cannot say it's not been filmed. It's right here. And he knows about it. both of them know about it. And Jeran, I think Jeran's just, saying, okay, just to, appease DIRTH there. And by the way, there's the those poles. You see those poles going across to that little shack? That's where the power cord goes. So Joey Jones is in the chat thinking that this is great. Is this the map that so Joey Jones is like, here's your map. All right. Enough of this one. Let's look at what he claims to be the map. This one. Is this the one, Joey Jones? Is this the map that you think is the correct map of your DIRTH pizza? This one right here? He's like, debunk that. I don't need to debunk this. Number one, it's not a map. Where is North America on here? I don't see North America. I mean, I see the word North America, but I don't see the outline of North America. I don't see where Minnesota is on this map. Right? So what is there to debunk? You haven't yet bunked this. I can't debunk what has not yet been bunked. So, but then there's another one that this one here that Otto is talking about here. But Joey Jones, if you want to come on and defend your derp, you can. This one, this is a globe right here. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's not what he was talking about. So yeah, I mean, this isn't a map. There's nothing to address on here. A map would be able to tell you the size of things, the distances of things, for example. If it's a projection, which a flat Earth, a flat map of a flat surface does not need a projection. It would be, a 1 to n scale. A flat map of a non-flat surface has to be projected. So a flat map of a globe would have to be projected on if it's going onto a flat surface. And so then the scale would have some caveats to it saying, well, it's accurate in this direction or this direction, or it's only accurate within this certain area to a certain degree. So, Otto was using that globe to show Joey's double standards. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Joey, my email address is mctoon@mctoon.net. You shoot me an email and you can come on here and you can support your derpy claims. Okay. So the coastline, let's see, Eric E., Master of Flat Earth Theory, says the coastline of Antarctica has been measured. How do the flat earthers explain the circumference of Antarctica is not as great as the Gleason map indicates? Well, that's a bit of a problem, flatties. That's a bit of a problem. Let's, here, you know what? Let's have a look. Let's do a little bit of trig. All right, I'm moving stuff around here a bit. It's not actually trig. It's not trig because it's just basic circles. All right, here you go. I don't have crayons, flatties, here, so it might be a little difficult. I do have multicolors, so it's a color compromise between crayon and non-crayon there, flatties. So we're gonna take what color do you want for the circle? Let's do this one here. Am I making enough noise for you? So here you go. We're gonna draw. Here's the North Pole. Here is the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, or sorry, that's the equator. Tropic of Capricorn, and then out here we got the let's call this 60 south. Right? and this is the equator, that's 0. Right? So then we've got from here, this line here, we've got from here to here. Now this is not to scale, but from the North Pole to the equator is 90 degrees of latitude. And then another, this stretch here is 60. You can see how badly scaled this is. So 90 plus 60. Now, this will probably lose 50% of the flat earthers right here, but I'll put a plus here so you know what we're doing. 90 plus 60. You'll start with 0 plus 0. That's 0. Okay, 0 plus 0, 0. And 9 plus 6. Right, so you take 9, right? And then you add 6 more. So what do you do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So remember we went over, so it's 10, it's another 10. So 10 and this many, 10 and this many, that's 15. There you go. So it's 150 degrees of latitude. Right, so now we know that there are 60 nautical miles between each degree latitude, or 69 miles. And I'll do this in miles for you because I live in America, plus flatties rarely can handle metric, though the math is a little easier on that. But we're going to do 150 times 69. And this is where you titter like a schoolgirl. It's okay. Everybody's allowed to do that. There you go, Craven Mordick. See? All right. So now 9. We're not plussing. We're timesing. See, I'm talking in Flurf speak. We're multiplying adults. 9 times 0 is 0. Now I know that's probably a little bit of a challenge for you, but I'm not gonna walk you through that. 9 times 5 is what? Flatties, what is it? How do you figure that? Well, there's a mnemonic for you. Here, you hold up your hands, right? And you start here. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I've got it mirrored. I'm looking with my eyes at it, and you're looking at your eyes from the other side. So I'll switch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here's the mnemonic. There's 4 here and 5 here. The answer is 45. Isn't that cool? Now you put the 4 up here, little boys and girls, and the 5 down here. 9 times 1 is 9, and then you have to add the 4. Now I know you're going to struggle with that. I'm just going to write it. It's 13. 6 times 0 is 0. Now that goes right underneath the 6. 6 times 5, I'm not going to walk you through this, okay? That's 30. We put the 3 up here for the carry. And then 6 times 1 is 6, plus 3 is 9. There you go. So that gives us 0. So I put it in a bad spot. 5, 3, 1, 0. 1, 0, 3, 5, 0 miles. That's how many miles it is from here to here. In reality, you don't get to argue that. This isn't a theory. This isn't a hypothesis. This isn't just math lying to you. This is reality. From the North Pole to 60 degrees south latitude is this many miles, 10,350 miles. Now, this is where you're really going to have trouble, flatties, because we want to talk about this distance here. Now, what's this distance here, flatties? You're not going to believe it. You're going to really, this is going to blow your mind. There's a formula for it. It's taught in middle school. We call this the circumference. Circumference equals 2 times pi times r. Now, what's our r? This is r. This is the radius, 2 pi r. Now, I'm not going to do this by hand. I'm going to do this on my fancy calculator right here. So we go 10,350 times 2 times pi, which is 3.1415, right? There's the answer, 65 65,030 miles. That's the distance around 60 degrees south latitude, according to you. You don't get to argue this, Flatties, because in reality, this distance is known. You don't get to argue it. This is the absolute mandatory required circumference of 60 degrees south latitude. Right? So now as you go farther south, which much of Antarctica is, and there's plenty of water south of that, this is a problem. And there's a race every year. Not every year. It starts in France. They go south, they go around, they come back up. And they don't go this many miles. They go quite a bit less than this many miles. So, all right, Jimmy, did you send? Did you send? Nope, you didn't. Oh. Dear me, Flatty. Well, anyway, there's your map. How did I debunk it? I debunked it by identifying that there is a race that goes around it, around 60 degrees south latitude, which according to your map, mandatorily is 65,000 miles. You don't get to argue it because the distance between lines of latitude is known. If you want, I have about 15 measurements of the distance between lines of latitude on my website, mctoon.net/r. Scroll to the bottom. I have a table of different measurements of that distance. So, Whitsitt keeps saying distances are not well known in the Southern Hemisphere, but they are. He says that based only on a book from about 150 years ago, I think. And the reason why, so that was when there was a large amount of, shipping traffic that was on boats that were powered by wind. And they did not have they had not developed the celestial navigation to the point for the south as they had in the north, because you can't see the north, you can't see Polaris, which proves the globe. And so getting your latitude was a bit harder, and the positions of the stars was a bit harder. But the real challenge was that magnetic declination around the Horn of Africa, around the southern part of Africa, especially on the west coast, was very bad. It was very skewed, the declination, but they did not know, they had not yet charted the declination. So when your declination is off and you don't know that it's off, you can get into the wrong place. And there's lots of unsafe waters on the coast there. So there were a larger number of ships that were lost in that vicinity, not because because distances were off, but mostly because of magnetic declination. But that doesn't suit Flat Earth's pre-selected conclusions, so they don't want to talk about it. So, all right, is Joey still here? If anybody really wants the truth, read the book of the author who made the map. What map? That's not a map. The one by John G. Abizald and Malden, 3 Malden Street, Boston, Massachusetts. The problem is you started with a map and now you're like, read the guy's book. The map is wrong. Why would we care about his book? It's not even a map. I disproved it. I falsified your derpy map claim. Yeah. Now, if you're busy tonight, Joey Jones, you can email me and we can set it up for a different time. And I will give you could have 10 minutes undisturbed to present your case if you want that, to prove Flat Earth. Now, let me just tell you, Joey, saying a whole bunch just talking about the globe for 10 minutes is not proving Flat Earth. If you talk about the globe, you're not actually presenting a case for Flat Earth. Now, this kind of logic probably escapes you, but I want you, while you're laying down, when you're putting your head on your little My Little Pony pillowcase tonight, I want you to think about this, Joey Jones. After your mommy has tucked you in and said, sleep well, little baby boy, think about this. If your claim is Earth is flat, then you can only actually support that claim by talking about flatness. That's it. If you talk about globe, you're off track already, right? I can show you that the Earth is a globe without talking about flatness. For example, reciprocal zenith angles are evidence that the Earth is a globe. Let me see if I have in here, in my I think I do. Otto, can you send that? Can you DM that to me? Look at this. I've got it already. I've got it ready for you, Joey. So this is an example of how to show something that's not backwards, right? So I'm not going to talk about what you think. I'm only going to talk about right here. Here we go. I'm only going to talk about the globe here. So this is a little bit off the screen. So here is the surface of the Earth, right here, and here is a theodolite, and here is a target, and it does not matter what elevation they are, because of how it's done, it doesn't matter. So if you go here, you measure this angle here, and say I'm going to give you a couple examples, and then I'll give you some real world measurements. 91.3 degrees here, right? And then you go over to this side here, and you do the same. You put the theodolite here, and you put the target over on this side, and you measure again, and you get 90.8 degrees, right? You sum them up, you get 182.1. That means there's 2.1 degrees extra right here, 2.1 degrees extra. This is evidence for the shape of the Earth. Now, if you know the distance between these, and you know a little bit about the refractive conditions here, you can get a pretty good measurement of the radius of the Earth. This isn't the greatest way to do the measurement. The margin of error is a little sloppy, but just doing this at all and having this sum up to more than 0 is evidence that the Earth is a globe. So, and I said I would get to real world measurements, and I will. Now, this is something that, so I gave you the understanding of the geometry, right? Now, Flatties, it's good for you to understand this. I know it's a little difficult because I already did some math. I did addition. That might be a bit of a challenge for you. But here we go. I'm going to show you, give you this here, and I'll give you the citation so that you can do it yourself. This is on my website, mc2.net/se. I'm going to give you a simpler one than spherical excess. I'm going to just give you the reciprocal zenith angle that I just went over. So here is, this is there you go. This is another diagram similar to the one I just drew. All right, and here are the results of the actual measurements. This is from a survey that was across the United States in the late 1800s. And it gives several, and so you see this antelope promontory. That's the two different places that they measured from. So you can see antelope promontory, and this is the sum of those two things. So you can, on mc2.net/se, you can download the PDF. You can look up all the details you want. Right here, 180.320333 degrees. So it's more than 180 by 0.3 degrees. Wow, look at that. That's globe. Now I'm going to scroll down a little bit here. Let's see. There's a couple hundred of these measurements here. Here's one from let's see, Tavaputs to Treasury Mountain, 181.387 degrees. So 1.387 degrees more than 180. That's how much that's and that needs to increase as you get farther. So you're like, well, wait a second. What are you talking about with this book? I'll pull up the book. Wouldn't that be nice? I want you to understand, Flatties, Joey, as you're laying your head down on your My Little Pony pillow tonight. I want you to think about this. I have done for you what none of your Papa Flurfs on YouTube have done. I've actually given you measurements, numbers. Measurements have numbers. Now, I know it's a little weird for you because you probably never deal with actual numbers other than, how many urinal cakes you taste tested today. But it's good to actually have numbers when you do things. So here is the PDF of the survey, the transcontinental triangulation, and the American arc of the parallel. Here you go. And now what was this? This was promontory. So I'm going to see if I can find promontory. I don't know if we're going to find it here. There it is. 36. So, all right. Here is. Now that they measure both horizontal and vertical angles in this. So it's the abstract of resulting horizontal direction. So this is horizontal. This is not the reciprocal zenith angles. So we want to find the vertical. Is this the vertical? No, still horizontal. Probably going to be, yeah, these are the charts of the horizontal. Yep. We'll get there. We'll get there, buddy. Stick with me. So in here, they say here, look at this, pretty cool. Promontory, Box Elder County, established by W. Imbeck in 1887. That would be when he established it as a geodetic survey station. The station is situated on the southern summit of the eastern ridge of a low, broken range of mountains, the highest summits being about 2,500 feet above the level of the lake on the Promontory Peninsula, extending into the Great Salt Lake from the north. You can read that on your own if you want. And here we go. These are the vertical measurements here. You see that? It says vertical circle number 100, P.A. Welker, observer, W. Imbeck, chief of party. August and September 1889. So here is promontory. So from Pilot Peak to promontory. Now, the one I showed you was a different one. Let's go back to it here. It was Treasury Mountain to promontory. Well, let's find that. So this is Pilot Peak, Desiree, Ogden Peak, Antelope, Salt Lake Northwest Base, Wadup, Salt Lake Southwest Bank, Southeast Bank. Yep. Promontory, which of course it won't have from promontory to itself, but it will have, did I forget again? I did forget. To Treasury Mountain. No, I don't see the Treasury Mountain on here. Sometimes they have a different name for it. Mount Nebo. Now, there are a bunch of people that help me on this. Promontory. Hold on, I'm mispronouncing it, aren't I? Hold on. Promontory. Yep. Okay. I'm apologizing for that. Mount. Oh dear. Okay. That's one that I don't have. Oh, you know why? Because it was Tavputs, not promontory. Oh, am I feeling silly? Here's promontory to south. There you go. 180.2. Promontory to Salt Lake Northwest Base. There we go. That we will find. So promontory to Southwest Base right there, the bottom one there. Look at that. Here's the raw measurement that they took. 91 degrees, 20 minutes, 24.5 seconds. These are measurements, flatties. This is a measurement. This is what you don't have. This isn't somebody doing evil things with numbers. This is normal stuff that normal people do. Normal people understand. Right? Surveyors get into a whole lot more complicated stuff. I choose reciprocal zenith angles because they're not that complicated. They're on the easier side of it. All right, so now this is from promontory to Salt Lake Northwest Base. Let's find the other direction from Southwest Base to, okay, I went past it. It's up here. Antelope, Ogden Peak, Desiree, Pilot Peak, Ipaba, Scipio. Oh my goodness. Did I miss it? Wheeler Peak. I saw it earlier. Where'd it go? It's pretty cool seeing all of these numbers here tallied up and listed that they actually measured. These people were crawling over these mountains. Okay, southeast base. I thought there it is. Salt Lake Northwest Base to Promontory, right there, 88, 53, 41. There you go. And then, this is really cool, reduction to level of station. So they built these really cool, these towers above there. And then based on how tall the towers was, they all of these things, they reduced based on the height of the target. They reduced to the height of the station, which is on the ground. So all of these have an adjustment because they know, the angular size based on the distance. And this is cool. Salt Lake southeast based from the northeast base. Now they're both shortly just a tiny bit above the level of the lake. So they have these giant towers. So they had to add 273 arc seconds because of how tall the tower was. So anyway, there you go. mc2.net/SE is where these measurements are, Joey Joe. Little buddy. And Tyler 432 says, wrong, you never been to Utah. I don't have to go to Utah. Other people were in Utah. That's not how it works, Tyler. You see, Tyler? Right, I'm gonna have to put it. Tyler is a flatty. He's in the chat here. I've demolished him in a previous debate. The poor guy, I felt bad for him. Tyler, buddy, I don't need to do all of the measurements myself for them to count. Sorry. That's not how science is done. You don't say, you didn't do it yourself, therefore no count. No. If somebody did it, you look at them. Now, if you wonder, maybe it's not right, you can then go and verify it for yourself, or ask somebody else to do it, or you can check other things that they have done. For example, in a survey like this, you can look at the distances that they measured and the triangles that they measured and the reciprocal zenith angles that they measured, and you could go over all of that math yourself. Now, I understand that you can't do math, little Flurfy Tyler, that you absolutely suck at math. I do understand that. So you could ask a big person to help you, maybe, and you could go over it and you say, well, they must have been lying. Well, then you could just uncover the lies. But the reality is that this book was published 124 years ago. And since then, no flat earthers have gone in and say, oh, here's where they introduced the lie. None have done that. Oh yeah, Lisa says the rejoinder to them saying you didn't do it yourself is, did you draw your flat earth map yourself? Now, yes, Tyler 666 432 Tyler, he posts videos all the time that other people took. Not him. He puts videos on Facebook that other people took. Not him. In fact, a lot of the pictures he posts on there are AI generated. He's like, this is true reality. Like, no, it's AI generated there. So, oh, there we go. Jesus Eber Martinez says, I live in Utah and can confirm all the numbers are correct. If all you need to do is have been in Utah at some point, then I guess that's the standard of evidence, huh? So anyway, that's how you actually do real science, right? And of course, science is open to be falsified, but you don't falsify it by just saying, did you do that yourself? You didn't go there? Did you bring a tape measure there? That's not how you falsify science. If there's a flaw in the methodology, you identify the flaw in the methodology. If there is an error in the measurement, you identify the error in the measurement. The door is open for you to do that and to publish a correction for it. But no, I'm pretty sure you won't there, Tyler, because we all know you can't do math. So Tyler says, do you still agree the Everest image using a fisheye is real? Why does the Globers have to fake it? I've never presented that as real. Why would that be a thing that you bring up to me? So for reference, there is a photo taken with probably a GoPro of from the top of Everest, where it's heavily distorted, and Globers say, look, globe proven, curve of the earth proven, which I'm guessing a lot of the time is sarcasm, because it's obviously way too exaggerated. It's way too much. But no, that's not it. No, if you want to see the curvature of the horizon, I have collected for your viewing pleasure several of them on my website. Right here, curve of the earth visualized and measured. Both of them. Now, Tyler, just so you know, if you have any video, any 120,000 foot high video of the earth from a balloon or something, and you're like, oh, look at this, it's flat. That's a fisheye lens, or it's distorted. Go get the entire full video. Something that I have done here, I've gotten the whole source. So, for example, Dwayne Kellum, a flat earther, has a video, high altitude balloon 24. He used he identified the camera. What do you think about that? A Sony A7S II. The lens is a Sony FE50 millimeter f1.8. Well, does that lens add curve? Well, here is an analysis of that lens. This is the curve that the lens adds, and you'll notice it doesn't add curve. Here's a screenshot from the video. Need a little thing here. So here's now Tyler, I'm going to make you eat your words. He said, there is no curve. Well, right here, some curve. I did a left to right compression. You can see a curve there. If you wish, we can zoom in on the screenshot here. I added this line on top of it. So here on the left side of it, I put that line right on the edge of the horizon. And over on the right side, I did the same thing. And in the middle, Tyler, in the middle, it bulges up. How does that happen? And I'll tell you, Tyler, both above and below the center of frame, it's the same amount of curve, and that's because the lens doesn't add that much curve. Of course, there's nothing perfect in meat space, so everything has a little bit of imperfection. So there you go. There is, and if you want, I even included for you, Tyler. For you, Tyler. Oh, you moved the goalpost now, Tyler, you evil little lying scumbag. You proved the firmament. Well, please describe for me, using physics, what the firmament predicts. You don't. You have nothing. All you have is everything that I think is the firmament is the firmament. Tyler, you are a disgusting, lying piece of crap. I'm sure your parents are embarrassed by you. So anyway, so yeah. So if you say this is the fourth law, the third law of Flurf. So let's pull it up here. Here we go. Laws. So the number 3, Flurfs are pseudoscientists when evaluating flat Earth, and science deniers when evaluating globe. No exceptions. So what you did there, Tyler, you lying little scum, you said that high altitude balloons support you, that they only show flatness, but then I showed you that it doesn't, and you're like, oh, well, that's the firmament. How does the firmament predict that? You don't know. You have nothing. You don't have any mechanism to describe the firmament. You don't know what it's made of. You don't know the geometry of it. You don't know how high it is. You don't know what the firmament would look like from 120,000 feet based on actual geometry. So you're a pseudoscientist because it's unfalsifiable. That's the main demarcation between science and non-science, is falsifiability. Since everything at all supports your derpy claim, according to you, then nothing is falsifiable. Therefore, it's pseudoscience. And here we go. As right on cue, he vomits out word salad. He says, inverse square law, law of thermodynamics, and law of reflection prove a local sun. No, they don't. You don't even know the laws of thermodynamics. You don't know how to apply the inverse square law and how it would work. You're so dumb. Tyler, you're so stupid. The inverse square law does have very specific predictions about how a local sun would behave and how much light you would get from it throughout the day. But you know what you don't have? You don't have the actual application of the inverse square law matching flat Earth. You've never done the application of the inverse square law. You don't even know how. You just said things because somebody else said things, and you were so stupid that you believed them. That's what you did, Tyler. It's great. Well, I mean, what an absolute moron you are, Tyler. I don't know if you were here before, but I'll reiterate. When I was young, my mom worked at a developmental center. People that were mentally and physically handicapped would go there during the day, and they would learn things and do projects and, build their skills and take classes and stuff. And the people that were there they understood that they were handicapped. They were not sugar-coated. None of them said, "Oh, you're really smart." They knew their limitations. They knew that they had things, and then they were taught, because you can't get taught how to deal with it if you don't know that it exists. So they were taught these things, but Tyler, apparently you were not. So I'll tell you right now. Maybe this is new to you, Tyler. You are not smart. You don't understand these things. It's okay. Just know your limitations. Okay. You don't know how to apply the laws of thermodynamics or inverse square law. You don't know the law of reflection, which is just an application of Snell's law. So I don't know where this law of reflection comes from. Snell's law, you get to when the angle gets to up to a certain amount, it's a total internal reflection is what happens. So that's how reflection happens. So anyway, yeah, Tyler, just be aware you're not smart. And just kind of, anytime you get in your head something like where you think that you are smart, just remember this, what I'm telling you right now, Tyler. I'm telling you that feeling you're getting about you being smart is wrong. You're not. And I get it. You're not smart enough to understand that you're not smart enough. It's a difficult pill to swallow, Tyler. I've spoken with you on camera, on here, on this channel, and I know you're not smart. So just, internalize that, come to grips with it, figure out how to deal with your life now. So, yeah, I mean, it's tough. Nobody wants to be on that side of that kind of critique. Nobody wants to be there. But once you're there, Tyler, I think you could probably, you could start moving forward in your life. Instead of thinking that you have a correct idea about something that's not, right? You could say, oh, maybe I'll go ask a big person to explain it to me. Right? So, you came here and you've been posting on Facebook, dissing me, Chuckles. I don't feel bad for the hurt feelings, the butt hurt that you're experiencing right now, Tyler. If you weren't so douchey, then I might be a little nicer to you, but you earned it. Just so you know. Okay, let me read a couple things here. Some super chats. Stringer News 1 says, thank Titicaca. It's Tuesday at the Temple of Tune. And after this, I'll get back to Jeran and DIRTH. iSolder74 says, Flurfs are junk ions. They lie and get up and lie some more so you can never knock them down. Love that. So iSolder74 says, DIRTH and his terrible audio and echoes. Why are they so bad at audio? I don't know. Yeah, it came in. It was super echoey. DIRTH spends all of his time in. I think it's the upstairs of his mommy's apartment. Maybe no. That's Mark Sargent is always in the upstairs of his mommy's house. DIRTH is in the playroom of the upstairs of wherever he lives. Where he said in 2023, he said to Tyler Oliveira, he said the KGB reports to NASA. People go look up when the KGB stopped existing. Here's what you have to think while you're looking that up. Think about this. There is no sequence of actual legitimate information that he received that could have brought him to think that the KGB reports to NASA. He could not have been there on the receiving end of any sort of intel about that, because the KGB stopped existing somewhere around 1990. 24 years, about 24 years prior, about 23 years prior to him making that ridiculous claim. So let's say that he somehow heard that from somebody else. I don't know where that lie came from, whether it was him or somebody else. Could it have been the case in 1990? Well, of course not. The United States and Russia were not the best of friends prior to during the Cold War. We had a little disagreement going with them for a few decades. So it could not have been the case. How could you have come to the position where you actually thought that the KGB reported to NASA? How could that have been the case? You could not have been on the receiving end of any sort of evidence for it in 2023, when certainly in 1990 that was not the case. Right. Obviously, after the KGB was dissolved, some other organization that had some similar activities to the KGB began to exist. Then you should have said that organization, right? But DIRTH, since you grew up in the 90s and the KGB was the Russian bad guys, right? The organization of Russia that was in charge of doing those nefarious undercover things. You think the KGB is the organization. And they are the ones that would definitely, totally, absolutely be hiding the real truth. But they're not. They stopped existing. I don't know how can you be that dumb that you actually believed it, or I guess he made it up. I don't know. One or the other. He made it up because he likes to lie, or somebody said it and he just gobbled it up. All right. Steve Revel says, "G'day, guys. Almost missed Flatzoid's fun time." Yep. Miles Wilson says solar filters are made by globers. Well, yeah, everything's made by globers, including the cameras that flatties use and the smartphones that they use, that they got from their mom's purse to vertically film themselves derping on the internet. Lord Luminous Pooh says, everyone is afraid of the AI singularity where it becomes aware because they assume it's gonna be Skynet scenario. But what if it's a Johnny Five instead? Oh, that would be fine. Johnny Five's funny. Larry Scott says, it kills me to encounter a Flurf trying to be technical in geometry, and then he needs a website to solve a right triangle. Hey, come on, flatties. Use the slide rule. Or a calculator. Hey, it's okay. Surveyors do it a lot, and so they're, it can be a little quicker if you're right already in the calculator. You don't have to go off to a website. But okay, flatties. Do that. They can't even use a triangle calculator. Your pal Al says, does the Imperial Empire report to NASA? Of course they do. You name it, they report to NASA, according to DIRTH. Miles Wilson says, botulism is more applicable. Yep. I love seeing Larry Scott in here. Larry Scott is a surveyor, people, so you know. He's worked in the trenches. He can do the actual trig himself. He doesn't even need a calculator. He just knows. I'm kidding. He's got it all memorized. Larry Scott again says, I find no mention of perspective in survey textbooks. I do find derivation of sine, cosine, tangent, secant, cosecant, cotangent, and their application. Absolutely. So Larry, have you seen this? Hold on. Where'd it go? All right. Well, there's this one. Is it there? I have so many books. No, it's not there. Oh, it's right there. Hold on. All right. Warkilla is here. Hello, Warkilla. Okay. I'll put this up here, Larry. This I got when Baron Rutledge got it. Surveying 8th edition. Here we go, by Francis Moffat and Harry Bouchard. And of course, last week we were treated to Brian Leakey, who can't do surveying, claimed that this book was all BS. He literally claimed this book, a book on surveying, is BS. He says so. Interesting, but let's get right here. Page 3. Something that Flurfs just can't. Oh, they're gonna hurt them so much right there. The surveying operation of leveling takes into account the curvature of spheroidal surface of both plane and geodetic surveying. The leveling operation determines vertical distances and hence elevations and differences of elevation. There you go. So, and then I went through some things here, and he had the actual the gall to claim that surveyors don't measure anything more than, I think he said, he switched it around. He said sometimes 50 feet, sometimes 100 feet, sometimes 50 meters, sometimes 100 meters. I don't think he knows the difference. But here it talks as an example of a leveling, a vertical leveling over 2 miles. He's like, they can't do that. Well, of course they can. And I'm like, well, this book says they can. He's like, book is BS. So anyway, thank you for being here, Larry. iSolder74 says, parrot, that's any of these are. Yes, that's all they are, is parrots. They don't understand. Flat infinite plane Earth doesn't understand geometry. Tyler doesn't. Joey, little baby Joey on his, he's not in here anymore, is he? I didn't see the email from him. But Joey, maybe he had to go to bed and put his head down on his My Little Pony pillow. So anyway, flat infinite plane Earth, do you have any measurements of flatness? Maybe go do what surveyors do and measure some flatness. Go do some reciprocal zenith angle measurements and see if it matches flatness. Those are actual measurements. Will you do it? No, of course you won't. Of course you don't. Larry Scott says, my textbook of choice is Ordnance Survey UK 3rd edition 1925. Wow. Larry Scott throwing down the street cred here for the surveyors. Is that a hard one to find? Maybe could you text it to me? I like having them. I have 3 textbooks. I have this one here, just called Surveying Practice, 3rd edition. By it's hard for me to read this. The contracts on here is hard. By Kissam. Philip Kissam, CE. This was suggested to me by David Brock. I also have the textbook that David Brock was a professor at the University of Alaska Anchorage in surveying. I have the textbook that they use in class. It's over there. But yeah, none of them match anything Flat Earthers say. And the couple Flat Earth surveyors, they're not very bright. There's levels of skill necessary to be a surveyors at different levels. So the surveyors like Rayism 24, who just did real basic surveying. He wasn't taught in a school. He was taught by the county he worked for to do the basic things that they needed him to do by rote. He didn't understand what was going on. So for him to say, or for Jeffrey Rogers to say that they understand surveying because they do the things by rote, is like saying the kid that's in the back peeling potatoes is a 5-star Michelin chef because he works in a restaurant. Not a Michelin star restaurant, just a restaurant. Same thing. All right. Isider74 says Optimus Prime disproves flat Earth. Yes. Autobots, roll out. Icy Spin says, what word will Jeran utter when the sun doesn't set? I hope he's on camera and chooses to say interesting. That would be great. Isider74 says they don't want to commit to a distance as they know it's wrong. Yes, the distance of the sun over flat Earth. They know it's wrong. Yes. It never works. And they're like, oh, well, it must be this. Well, hold on a second. You're driving it based on your pre-selected conclusion. That's affirming the consequent. This is, and they love to throw that fallacy out there. But flat earthers constantly do the affirming the consequence. So here's what they do. They're like, oh, well, the triangulation of the height of the sun for flat Earth does not work. It never works. It's different elevations no matter where you are. Everywhere you are, it's different. It never works. Oh, well, they still demand that the Earth is flat, affirming the consequent. Therefore, there must be something else going on with the sun. It must be a projection or a hologram or a reflection or the dome or whatever. Insert word salad. But never do they actually test these things. They just kind of come up with a vague description and then they're like, oh, good. No, that's not good. You need to compute the consequences of your hypothesis and then go test it. And if it doesn't work, then chuck it and say, yeah, we tried that. It doesn't work. That's what Jeran is doing right now with flat earthers' claims about how Antarctic sun might work if you did see it for 24 hours a day. They're like, oh, well, it's a reflection. We can test if it's a reflection, compute the consequences of that claim. We don't even have to compute. There's no computation needed. We just say, oh, well, it would be mirrored. We can test for mirroring. What's his name? Lindsay Harris says it's magnetism that causes it to do all of this stuff. Well, does magnetism cause light to do that? Of course not. So you're going to have to show somewhere somehow that it does that, which good luck. But it's on Lindsay Harris to support his claim. He can't compute the consequences of it, right? He just has word salad. So who stole Helix's Minnesota represent? I grew up in Pengilly, Minnesota, between Grand Rapids and Hibbing. Awesome. Welcome. I did earlier this summer, a couple weeks ago, I did a meetup in St. Louis Park, suburb of Minneapolis, where we met, a few of us, to eat. We had some excellent Indian food. So I don't know if you're in the Twin Cities area or not, but if you ever did want, be looking out. I might do another similar one at some point. So, Requiem Angelus says, I don't think that's actually affirming the consequent, which is if P then Q, Q therefore P. Yeah, you're right. It's not it's more of a reification fallacy, right? Because so they have a model. They say they don't, but they do. As soon as you say Earth is flat, that's a model. So they have a model, and reification is insisting that you live on the model, right? So when you test the model and the model doesn't work, they're like, oh, but we still live there. It's still flat. Well, it's not. You're demanding the model. You're saying, I'm sticking to the model. That's where we live on the model. No, it doesn't. So Beast Malicious says, I've noticed that the truth to a flurf is if it sounds interesting and spooky, period. Data and facts are a distant second when determining truths about the world. Well, they did not get to being flat earthers by looking at data and facts, right? They didn't get there, right? Because the way they got there is by somebody saying, here's what the globe predicts, and it's not what the globe predicts, and this doesn't match. Therefore, well, there's no therefore. You can't say therefore flat because all that you can conclude from that is therefore something's wrong about the model or something between the model and reality, right? But of course you didn't actually use the globe model. It's the wrong prediction. So yeah, they didn't get there with by thinking. They didn't get there through logic and reason. They didn't get there through facts or through measurements that were correct. So, and it's very interesting that they will go, they'll say, oh, look at this building across the water. The bottom's, half of it's gone. Like, oh, but all of it should be gone. Wrong, but fine. Okay. What if all of it should be gone? How much of it is obstructed? More than zero. What does Flat Earth predict? Zero. There's nothing obstructed on Flat Earth because there's nothing between you and the bottom of that building. If you're looking across flat water, as they claim, so you must see all of it. But then what do? They word salad. They just come up with word salad. Word salad isn't it. You need to compute the consequences. What is it? What principle of optics is it going on here? And how can we test that? Can't. They don't know. It's just words. Lord Illuminous Poof says, Nemesis wanted. I'm into hiking and kayaking by day, vengeance and justice by night. Megalomaniac or deformed crime lord preferred. All right, well, there it is. If that matches you, Lord Illuminous Pooh is looking for you. Lord Illuminous Pooh again says, am we grammar not good? Do you need specis lelians? Call me. How do you tell a plumber from a chemist? Have them pronounced unionized. Unionized. Wow, I guess that makes me a plumber. Because I said unionized instead of unionized. Well, I'm neither. Well, you know what? I did some plumbing this weekend. Get this. Our washing machine has some problems. It doesn't drain. They're coming on Thursday to do some warranty work on it. But it doesn't drain. Well, it kind of drains, but not very well. So I found if you turn off the water supply and then do the drain spin cycle, then it will actually drain. So I'm like, with my kid, I'm like, all right, here's what we do. We run it through the wash. We do this. It comes up with that error code. We turn off the water to it. We go to the drain and spin code, a cycle. We run it. It doesn't add water. It spins. We're all good. But turning on and off this cold water valve, the cold water valve started to drip. Now I got to replace the cold water valve. So that's what I did on Sunday. But first, because I'm smart, I put in a quarter sweep valve to that pipe. So I could turn on and off to that pipe instead of turning on and off to the entire house. So I turned off for the entire house, put in a quarter sweep valve, turned it back on, took 20 minutes. And then I had the pipe unconnected for the rest of it, but I didn't have to turn off all the water. It was great. Anyway, I like doing copper. I like doing sweating copper, they call it. So, Larry sent me the book. $67. Yeah, surveying books are not cheap, especially the older ones, but they're pretty cool. Larry, for reference, Larry has a physical copy of the Transcontinental Triangulation and the American Arc of the Parallel. That book is epic. He received it from Jesse Kozlowski. Jesse, the OG surveyor in this in the Flurf tier liberation crowd, kind of stopped doing so much stuff, and Larry was the happy recipient of that book. So, all right. CJ Lamoureux says, we can always show proof that the Earth is a globe and the flatties always show nothing. My favorite is when I pull the blue marble and I hear it's CGI. Yet when I ask for theirs and I get nothing or CGI flat Earth pick. Absolutely. They can never actually support the claim that it's CGI because, CGI didn't really exist in 1972. So what are you going to say then? Lord Illuminous Pooh says, I'm 45. My girlfriend is 16. What? Hold on a second. Is that too much of a level difference to co-op? I have to pick her up from high school after she grades the homework. Yeah, that's a problem. It's a he's kidding. I hope he's kidding. It is too much of a level difference to co-op. Randomly Epic gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much for that. And if you were the happy recipient of one of them, make sure you thank Randomly Epic. Isider74 says, Mike, you might as well be speaking Klingon to them. Yes. Talking measurements and applying application of math to somebody as dumb as Tyler432 is just as useful as speaking Klingon to them. Phuket Word's brother. Hello? So since you mentioned the other day you charge $250 an hour for math lessons, I reckon my £5 super chat should cover your earlier teachings. I don't know if the exchange rate's that good. I only say that just to... When flatties are like, I have questions and you have to answer them. Like, no, you think the earth is flat. You have to provide evidence. That's how it actually works. But if you do want me to provide you some tutoring, here's my rates. Cretan Bull says, I've got nothing to say. Happy 55 months. Titicaca. Thank you, Cretan Bull, who has in fact been a member for 55 months. That's amazing. Man of War, been a member for 2 months, says, thank Titicaca for the flurfs. They provide endless entertainment. And thank you, Toon. Okay. Awesome. A little, my throat, my voice is getting tired. Mr. E-Man says, who's been a member for 15 months, says, because I have missed the flat earth measurements and evidence. Yep, you did. There were none. Isider74 says he grew up in at least the 80s. Yeah, I don't know exactly how old Dirthy Boy is, but if he graduated high school after 1985, I might be surprised. William Foley says it's all etheric displacement, don't you know? Of course it is. 51 months for William Foley. Thank you for that. Wow. The Phoenix does a $1.99 super sticker that says, what was it? It was this one here. It's something alert. Super alert? Something like that. Thank you for that, Phoenix. And Josh Garver says, I'm late. I was at band practice. Looks like I missed a bit of fun. Oh, we got more fun coming because I've watched it. We've got Jeran and Flat Earth Dave. We're partially through that. We got on a little sidetrack, but it's all good. We'll get back to it right soonly here. There it is. So, Beyond the Storm. Let me get this. Beyond the Storm Chasing says, CGI artist here. CGI did exist in 1972. I was hoping to do a deep dive on this someday because we can debunk CGI claims in a lot of different ways. 70s CGI was super expensive. Well, assume very large budget. So cost isn't the thing. But yeah, saying it's CGI is just a religious claim. Evidence for CGI is what they would need to have, which we know they don't. So, all right, let's get back to DIRTH here. And I do have, if you see way over on the side there, I have the live chat, which sometimes is quite fun to watch. So here we go with DIRTH some more.
Fake it, it's going to be worse than their videos.
Agreed.
It's going to be a disaster.
Agreed.
Okay, so I'm with you there, and I also understand.
So they're talking about Antarctica, and Dirthy is talking about if they fake the sun. How do you fake the sun? To even think that you could fake the sun is so dumb.
Are freaking out. People are freaking out because I think it's the way you said something and that I don't agree with, and which is, if you see a clear sun, circling around, and we know, and it wasn't faked, you made it sound like you're going to say the Earth is a globe.
I'm going to say that the Earth cannot be flat.
No, the Earth.
That's huge. That's huge right there, Jeran. Good on you there, Jeran.
That there's something wrong with our circling sun.
So what the problem with that is that any flat map that there's ever been and ever will be has to push one thing out or the other, right? Either the north or the south. Because technically you could have the South Pole at the center and push the north out to the edge. Okay.
But my point is, if we see the sun circling, that means our entire idea of what the sky is wrong.
They don't have an idea of what the sky is. This is the thing that's huge. And he said it already. He's like, we don't know how high the sun is. Yeah, you don't know. You are ignorant of all of these things that were figured out centuries ago by hobbyists. So you don't get a whine and complain, oh, we don't have a giant budget like NASA. It didn't take NASA money, centuries ago to determine the distance to the sun. It didn't take NASA to determine the radius of the Earth. It didn't take NASA to measure to determine what the sun was made of. Right now, as we get into, more and more complex and nuanced things, yeah, you need more budget. What's the actual, I don't know the enough nuanced things to even put together a contrived thing. But, there's plenty of, all sorts of nuances way, way, way beyond what shape is the Earth? How far is the sun away? Way beyond that. Right? Hobbyists figured out all these things.
Now,
idea.
I would almost say it falsifies the circling sun, except there's a lot of evidence that there is a circling sun.
No, what?
It falsifies.
If you look at Tomb of Illumination, he's talking about everything reflecting from the north. I know you think he's a little crazy.
So the Tomb of Illumination is Lindsay Harris, the guy that thinks it's all magnetism that does everything.
Crazy, but
because he's not giving actual, real, tangible evidence. Anybody can say the things he's saying, out and up and out, down and out. I mean, anybody can say that.
It doesn't. None of it's proven. But seeing a
hey Tyler, it doesn't matter how much NASA gets, because the shape of the Earth was figured out before NASA existed by millennia. The circumference of the Earth was figured out before NASA by millennia, and to an accuracy before NASA by centuries. It doesn't matter. NASA isn't doing anything at all related to this conversation. Nothing at all. Long ago, all of these things were determined by people with $0. And we have Larry Scott in the chat right here, says he's without a budget and without a client. He's a surveyor and he can determine the shape of the Earth on $0. Now he has instruments and he has skill, something you lack, Tyler.
I don't think it's going to happen, but seeing a sun circle in the south doesn't make the Earth not flat. It makes our model wrong.
Your model is wrong in every way. DIRTH. There's so many things about your model. I already went over. You can't determine the angle to the sun. You don't know the height of the sun. You don't know what the sun's made of. You can't explain what keeps the sun up. You don't know what causes the heat and light of the sun. You don't know the height of the moon or what it's made of, or why everybody sees the same face of the moon, even though if it's local, the people on opposite sides of it would have to see the opposite sides of the moon. None of that makes any sense. Your model has absolutely nothing to it. You're like, oh, it makes our model wrong. Your model is it's flat. That's all you have. That's your whole model.
Right, but okay, so what I'm trying to say is that if you think of the flat model, and if you're going to say that, if you're just going to say it only makes our model wrong, flat Earth could still be correct, then show one way that that's true. But you can't, because it falsifies it. It's not even difficult to figure out.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, and I don't want to go into speculation. Well, if
He doesn't want to go into speculation, but that's all he ever does.
some people think that the northern stars are counter-rotating. There's 4 rotations of them in the south. Could the sun be doing the same thing in the south? I don't know how that's possible.
Right.
I don't know if it's not possible.
When we say you're looking at the North Stars and they go a certain direction, you have to be looking in that direction, correct? Like if you were looking south from the north, then your stars would be going a different direction. But we say if you're looking north, they go counterclockwise. If you're looking south, they go clockwise. So that's different than what the sun's doing, because it's the same direction for no matter what. If you're at the North Pole, the sun always moves left to right. Doesn't matter which direction you're looking. I'm looking south, I'm looking north, I'm looking east, I'm looking west. Doesn't matter. The sun's going around you left to right. So then if 6 months later, I'm just going to say, if 6 months later, now you're in another location on Earth and the sun's moving right to left, a circle around you, then you have to start wondering, how is that possible? How could that be possible that what we call the south and what we call the north has counter-rotating real suns?
Do you remember you did an experiment, just a demonstration where you put the glass of water in front of something and it flipped it and made it go the opposite direction?
Correct.
Right, the arrow or whatever.
Right, but that happens because you're doing something. So I poured water, it flipped the arrow. Yeah. Or you move that glass thing in front of the arrow and it flips the arrow. So
my point is...
Hold on, but nothing can happen like that in real time. How would you be looking at an arrow looking one direction and then magically it switches to the other direction and you didn't see it happen?
No, I'm with you. I don't know, like in the south, do we ever see the same sun that we see in the north coming from another direction? I think we do. But what I'm saying...
Yeah, it's the same sun.
Is
wait, what was you saying?
Like maybe when you're that far south, the sun, the apparent sun that we see, is completely different than the one that's in the north.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, okay. Then why say it?
My point is, listen, that's
yeah, but people can track the sun, right? People can track it, meaning that, like, let's say that it's going above Australia. Well, there's a bunch of people in Australia that would be there and they would say, we see the sun, it's above our head. And then then people in Antarctica that are looking north would see the same sun. It wouldn't be.
Is it the same sun?
So what are you saying? There would be a different sun? So then
wait, hold on.
This is the insanity of Dirthy boy here. Little dumb Dirth. If you're in Antarctica, how could they swap out the sun? How could it get swapped out? When would the one sun set and then the other sun appear? You think you wouldn't notice? You think, oh, it set and then it got dark and then another one came up? That makes no sense. And of course, if you're there, there's ways to test it. Put on a solar filter or a alpha hydrogen filter, and you can see, the features of the sun, which are unique and constantly changing. So people in other parts of the world, like me, for example, can get video and photographs of the sun from where we see it. Will it be the same sun? And here's the problem. Dirth knows. He knows we're gonna see the same one. Right? And Jeran knows that, and he's not gonna stick his neck out there for something so stupid to say, why would you think that there's a different sun? It's not gonna be a different sun.
I think we're on the same page where we say the sun that we see is an apparent sun, like a projection of the real sun.
I don't know if I can say that anymore. I'm now looking. Have you looked at Crow's footage? What do you think that he's doing? Is lying, or do you think that those are real?
I was talking to Crow the other day, and he's saying that one of them could be an apparent sun, the other one could be the source. He's not sure. No.
I'm talking about the footage that he has of the sun with the hydrogen alpha telescope.
Yeah,
I'm going to pull that up in a second.
Suns, he's not saying that one of those suns.
Oh, no, now he's talking about two suns, but.
Yeah, but he's okay. The two suns thing, just so people are all on the same page, is always close to the original sun. There's never been an observation where like the sun's over there and over there, right? He's talking about if you can see the sun, you go a little bit left of it and up, and then you can see the source sun behind it, right?
You know when you show your ray tracing diagram with all the little personal atmospheric domes, how many suns are there?
Well, each person sees one.
Right. So my point is, we don't know what the sky does that far in the south. I'm with you. I don't think it shows us.
Now, when Dave says we don't know, yes, Dave, you, as in flat earthers, don't know. I'll grant you that. Yeah, here I know it's a little messed up here. I'm gonna pull this up. So they're talking about the Crow 777's hydrogen alpha. So here it is. I checked a couple of these. Is that it? Yeah, this is it here. So here is Crow 777 showing the sun with a hydrogen alpha filter. And then he's inverting it and doing different masks and stuff. But you can see features of it. So with a filter like this, which is a physical filter in front of the lens, where you can see things based on their wavelength, specifically related to the wavelength of light that's emitted by hydrogen at certain excitation levels. So there you saw a bird go across. He talked about the bird. He's not. This is new for him. He's not doing really great video on it. But then he like teases like you can go look at it, but only on his website, and you have to pay. So you can't get. Anyway, here's a little. But you also can look on. He did an eclipse. From this one, the partial solar eclipse from 2014. Now here, this is really important. You can see right there the sunspots. So those sunspots are unique. They name and number the different sunspots as we see them, if they're large enough. So this sunspot here is unique to the sun. So with either a hydrogen alpha filter or just a basic solar filter, you can identify the features of the sun, and they're unique. They're fingerprint unique, and they're constantly changing. So it's even more than fingerprint unique. Because if you look at them a day apart, you can tell because they're in different spots. So that's what they're talking about with Crow 777. So let's get back to this.
Circling around our heads. I'm with you. And going down and looking at this, I don't think they can fake it. I sent you a picture today of the sun setting. There's no way that they can fake that. There's 0.00% chance. Now, could the sky be whited out the whole time and we just see a bright spot in the sky?
But that's evidence for us. That's evidence for us, and now it's become.
I don't know how it's evidence for you. If you see no observation, that's no observation. That's nothing. You can't draw conclusions from that.
Not really, because nobody cares. It's like we should be excited to get new information. If our model is wrong, we should want to know that. We don't want to be like, oh, just hide it from us. We don't want to know if our model's wrong.
Jeran is on fire
with most flat earthers, and I think
so. White it out means clouds, right? Because DIRTH and other conspiracy nutters imagine that people can invent clouds, can make clouds, like really easily somehow. The reality is that you need a certain amount of you need conditions in order for it to happen, in order have clouds form, you need the right amount of temperature, pressure, and humidity. And there are such things as cloud seeding to make it rain. But if there isn't enough humidity in the air, you can't bring up enough water to manufacture clouds. You can't do that. So you can't just make clouds. There's no physics supporting that idea.
I mean, I'm speaking for, even happened with me.
Okay.
We're so used to being fucked over by globers and dishonesty and NASA and everything. And basically,
so Dave here is playing victim, right? Dave goes around lying to everybody, scamming everybody, selling his app by teasing this fake challenge that he has. Hey, Dave, if I wanted to submit a proof to you, what is the clearly objectable? Clear. Let me start over. Hey, DIRTH, if I wanted to submit a proof to you to collect your 3 Bitcoins, what is the clear, objectively measurable criteria that you will be using to evaluate the proof? Also, what is the authorized mechanism for submitting this to you? How do I communicate that to you? I don't know if I've heard you say the official mechanism to send this in your challenge. Also, is a purchase required to enter this challenge? Because if there is, it might be illegal if a purchase is required for it. If a regular person can't just go and just say, here it is, here's my thing. I don't know. Anyway, interesting questions. Dave, could you just get back to me? mctoon@mctoon.net. Oh, and that reminds me, I am pausing. I have 2 challenges, but there's 2 versions of one of them. I'm pausing them until January 1st. I did a video on my Conspiracy Tunes channel, but I need to put it on this channel as well. So on September 6th, the challenge will officially be paused, all 3 of them. The rules in my challenge, because I have actually written rules, including a way to submit your answers to me. The rules say that if I'm going to expire the challenge or stop the challenge, I need to announce it 30 days ahead. So Flatties, this is your opportunity for either the 2 celestial navigation challenges or the gravity challenge. You have 30 days from now to put in send in your submission. And if you get in a submission before the deadline, well, then that doesn't let me put it down, right? So until we resolve, doesn't let me pause it until we resolve it. Anyway, then after January 1st, I will, they go, actually the newest celestial navigation challenge and the gravity challenge will automatically go back up. I might update them and have new ones polished up for that, because there's a couple things that I might want to change. Anyway, Martin H says, okay, 6 a.m. time to head up the Woodland Hills to Bedfordshire. Good night, all, and thanks a lot. You're welcome. Or is it Bedfordshire? Sleep well, Martin H. Okay. Needed to get that out on both channels.
Immediately, our antennas went up on this one more than any other thing that's ever come up. Like, this is going to be something dishonest. So everyone is like, okay, they're going to do something. And everyone's freaking out, right?
Okay.
Everyone's freaking out. So I think some people overreacted. I may even have overreacted a little bit.
Yeah, you did.
I was like, this is bullshit. But I still think Will is not not doing it for the reasons he says he's doing it. That's my opinion.
Will is doing it to destroy Flat Earth. And you think that he's not doing it to destroy Flat Earth? What other reason would Will Duffy have to pay people to go to Antarctica to test Flat Earth? I don't know what. This is the conspiratorial mindset. He thinks it could be something else, but he has no damn clue what that something else might be. But you know what? You know what it really could be, Dirthy Poo? It could be to destroy Flat Earth. And does that not bother you? Since Flat Earth is your bread and butter, since Flat Earth is the thing that you rely on to put food on the table, since Flat Earth is the one thing in your life that you absolutely have to have in order to pay the bills. Because if there were no Flat Earthers tomorrow and no people that were willing to listen to your stupid Flat Earth fake presentation and fake challenge that you dangle out there, you got nothing. You're not paying the bills tomorrow, are you? Right? I don't envy the position you're in, where you have to rely on people being fooled about the shape of the Earth, believing your crap about the KGB reporting to NASA in 2023. Right? People, you rely on that lie.
I have no proof otherwise.
Right.
So.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen anything that really tells me. I mean, yeah, he's got some marks against him for sure. And
he's teamed up with Bob the Science Guy. You know, that's weird.
Why is that weird? Bob the Science Guy likes to crush Flat Earthers too. Is it weird because you're the person that suffers when he crushes you? Oh, it's not weird. It's normal. You're dumb. You're lying to people, Dave. You're making money by lying to people. And Bob the Science Guy is like, well, I can show that Flat Earth Dave is wrong. It's not weird.
Not weird. I mean, he's endorsing Bob the Science Guy, who's, you know, Bob put in a suggestion or something.
Oh.
You know, and
Duffy's been wrong about what he's been saying recently. I haven't talked to him about it, but he's wrong when he talks about the setting sun and where it would be in the angles and the shadows. He doesn't.
So I'll go back to let's see if I can find it here. Not this one. Did I close? Oh, here it is. So this is the application of. Oh, I need to get the right view here. This is the application of flat Earth geometry. Right. So now, if he's wrong about it, then, you know, just what is the correct application of flat Earth geometry? The problem is, I'm just going to put it on the, there it is. It doesn't matter where really on the Antarctic, in Antarctica you are, right? This is the application of geometry predicting what you would see for flat Earth. So I get that flat earthers say, no, this isn't what we predict. Okay. Well, what is the geometry? What geometry have we not applied correctly to this? Right? What optics is at play? And if your answer is you don't know, then this one, which is based on actual application of physics, optics, geometry, is more accurate than the I don't know version that you have. Right? So this is the actual flat Earth prediction of the shadows and the angles and the position of the sun in the sky for flat Earth. This is it. If you don't like it, provide the other model. You don't have one. Show what is in error here. You don't have that. You can't do it. So Jeran, I feel for you. You're like, oh, that's not what we claim. Okay, but how is this wrong? All right. Well, let's go back.
And the model.
I have a question. Why does he pulse forward every time he's talking? He's sitting there rocking forward like a autistic retard.
I don't know.
Oh, so classy, Dave. So classy from somebody that looks like this. Right? So classy. Dave. From somebody that looks like this. Good job, Dave.
I don't watch his videos.
Does that annoy you?
I try not to watch his videos.
All right, good for you. Me neither. I saw Bob the Science Guy. Look, I got to watch this.
Well, Bob the Science Guy is one of the 24, isn't he?
Yeah, well, one of the 24, sure. And Bob the Science Guy just, I don't know if you want me to say it or not, but I'm gonna.
Yeah.
He showed up on the scene, right? Why he had charges against him for prescribing, narcotics to women for sexual favors, and then it disappeared, and he became a full-time anti-flat earther.
So many lies in that, of course, so many misconceptions. So there were charges, and to my knowledge, they were dropped. So what does that mean? Well, that most likely means that they were not correct charges. I don't know, but since it went through court and it was dropped, then that was dropped. So if somebody made some accusation against you, Flat Earth Dave, does that mean you're guilty? It does not. It means somebody made an accusation. And now Bob the Science Guy is not a full-time anti-flat earther. Bob the Science Guy is, at least to my knowledge, used to be, well, I know he used to be, and I think he still is, an active doctor, seeing patients. I don't know. Maybe he is since retired. Because he's maybe at the retirement. Maybe he's interested in retirement. I don't know. But he's not a full-time. He does it like me as a hobby. There's just a couple full-timers. Full-timers are Flat Earth Dave, Dubé, Nathan Oakley, Arwen, Jeran, Whitsitt. Those are the full-timers I know of. And Craig. Craig's primary income source is making flat earthers cry. But Dave, you are full-time. So why are you begrudging somebody else that you think is full-time, but I don't think is? Seriously, Dave, what a piece of crap you are. But it gets worse.
Weird. I'll just say that's weird.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's not too different than what I've been saying is going on.
Dave has been saying that for a long time. Dave says for a long time that there's people that they hire to do things. But I think that then what you're saying, if I'm to believe that, then somebody had to approach Duffy and say to him, hey, by the way, the Earth's flat, and we're lying to people and telling them that it's a globe, and we need you to take some flat Earth guys down to Antarctica. We're going to fake the sun down there so that then they come back, and we hope that solves everything and nobody ever goes to Antarctica again. I mean, it's insane. It's dumb.
Well, there's, I don't know, it's a longer discussion, but I think there's different ways that it could be presented, with shit that's going on in the world and saying, hey, you help us with this and you'll be in the elite section, when the shit hits the fan. And
the elite section. How deep the conspiracy is in this idiot's head. The elite section. Like he thinks he's hypothesizing that by Will bringing people to Antarctica, that Will get into the elite section. Think about this. A 2,500 year long conspiracy to hide the shape of the Earth could only exist if the people, the nameless, faceless they, are willing to go to any length, any length to hide it. It's the only way you could keep it secret for that long. And by any, I mean any. So then in 2014, December, when Eric Dubé is like, I'm going to post a video spilling the beans on the dirt pizza, the nameless, faceless they would go to any length to make it not happen. And then when others came along, they're like, oh no, we totally missed that guy. Okay, you can still go to those lengths when his channel is small to be like, oh, I guess he had a right, whatever, any length. And then others show up. They could go to any length to make them stop talking about it. But this never happened. There are bunches of flat earthers. There exists some flat earth loser who has made a crappy app, and he goes on podcasts all day long selling his crappy app and dangling a fake challenge in front of people. Certainly, they could have gone to any length to prevent that from happening. They could have made sure that it never got into the App Store. They could make sure that that guy's YouTube channel is gone, that he never even was allowed to have a YouTube channel. There's any number of things that they could do, but have chosen not to do. Now, like, oh, they're making YouTube channels go away. Well, when these YouTube channels have been made to go away, it wasn't because they were talking about flat Earth. It was because they were talking about other stuff. We know the other stuff they were talking about, the medicine that's been going around, right? Talking about the upgraded cell phone network causing sicknesses. Those are the types of things that will make your channel. Or coming out on the wrong side of World War II and publicly declaring that you support the losing team from World War II and thought that they were doing great stuff. That'll get your channel gone too. But if you're talking about flat Earth, well, we've got two examples right here who talk about flat Earth and have not had their channels deleted. So they aren't going to any length to make it happen. Who wrote the code for Dave's app? I'm pretty sure he outsourced it to a third party. I think that third party is listed as the creator of it in the App Store. So, all right. I don't want to get too far behind here. So give me a second here. There it is. All right. I have all my my scenes listed, and then what I'll do is I'll put the scenes I'm going to use for a show up near the top. And I had one that I used last week up near the top, and I just moved it down so it's out of the way. Icy Spin says spectroscopy needs a container. Checkmate, Globies. That's great. All right. Hey, Tyler, so if you ever, discover you have some spherical objects in your panties, you can come back on. We can have a debate. If you want to do it on some other channel, some other host, some other moderator, let me know. I'm up for that. Jeran could host and moderate. We could do it on Matters Now. You could pick a moderator, bring your moderator, and we'll do it on Matters Now, or something like that. If you're too scared to go it alone with me, so something like that. But then you could bring your proof of your dirt pizza. Wouldn't that be great? Icy Spin says skip my super chat on BM if you want. Okay, I'll see. I'll pre-read it. Kango44 says, oh dear, I guess Jeranism can talk about other derpy conspiracies on his channel if he moves away from flat Earth. Dave, on the other hand, is effed. Yes, Dave is doubling down, and if when this shows that flat Earth is yet again shows that flat Earth is dumb as piss, this one will really hurt Dave, because he was offered a trip. He could have been at the forefront. He could have chosen to say, you know what, I will accept the results of this data. But no, he has rejected it. It's not a good look. What it will do, right? Obviously, Dave has he's committed to this. It will destroy his income, but he's committed to this. And I don't expect existing flatties, for the most part, some will, but most flatties, I don't know what. I won't give quantifiable numbers, but there will be a group of flatties that are like, nah, that doesn't prove anything. They're already saying that. They're like, this why does something in the sky prove the shape of the ground? It does. But they don't like it. They say that because they know it will destroy their precious dirt pizza, so they have to reject things. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it won't, for whatever subgroup doesn't decide to leave, they'll still stay flat earthers. But it will greatly affect their evangelism, because now we can all say, well, according to flat earth, the sun can't ever be south of you when you're down at 80 degrees south. You couldn't see it because it would be, above the Indian Ocean, and which is north of you, not south of you. So people say, oh yeah, like flat earth is dumb. I can't believe those dumb flat earthers. So it will definitely hurt flat earth evangelism. And I say evangelism because it's religion. So, ooh, Max says Tyler says he's down. All right. Tyler, do you, let's do it on Matters Now. CCMXXXD. He's one of the people from Matters Now channel. Why don't you communicate with him directly? Let's get an email going or something, or Discord, and we'll make it happen. I'm up. And of course, an actual debate means that you make a claim and then you support your claim. Okay. So if you're like, oh, here's local sun, cool. I'm going to ask, I'll give you a little tip. When you say local sun, my question to you, and every reasonable person's question to you, is show the measurements. So yeah, prepare that. It'll be funny. iSolder74 says, do you think it's funny you turned a Transformers reference, junk ions, into chemistry? Yeah. Junk ions? I'm sorry. I haven't watched Transformers since I was in middle school. My friends and I in middle school, we thought, you know what we should do? We should get little motors and we should install them in our physical transformers and have them actually transform. We had no idea how to do it. We just thought, hey, that we should do it. So we planned a weekend. We're going to do it. So we went to Radio Shack. We're like, hey, we need motors to do our transformers. And they're like, I can't help you, kid. Never happened. Kango44 says, when did Dave get effed over by the globe? What a clown. Well, yeah. They're talking about, Jeran and Bob and the documentary, right? Behind the Curve. And, yeah. Bob especially got screwed over. But Bob earned it, right? Bob made some bold claims about what a optical gyroscope would do, and then he's like, man, it's not looking good for us. If this data got out now, man, we're screwed. He didn't follow the evidence, right? And then he tried to hide it. He tried to cover it up. He's like, oh, I don't want to. Right? He's not interested in truth. Right? You follow the evidence where it goes. So Jeran, all right, I won't say much. Jeran is he's still sad about it. It was they treated him different than what the contract said they should do. I think, to my knowledge, I haven't seen the contract, but to my knowledge, as far as I know, they did not hold up their side of the contract. They should. Was the measurement in favor of flat Earth? It was not. I've done my own analysis of it. But I think it would benefit greatly by redoing a very similar type of experiment. So I would love to see that happen. So maybe it will someday. And Bob's measurement, it's not scientifically rigorous. It's not, it's not the evidence to go to, right? I would look at mc2.net/spin to see, I have 14 or 15 different measurements of the rotation of the Earth. That's where you go for actual scientific evidence. But it's just ironic that he thought that, he's like, oh, it's super accurate. And we like that it will, that it's accurate. And then, but he didn't like the results that it got. So the movie was not, I don't think it was a hit piece. So Bob could keep his pension. You're an idiot, Tyler. Bob got messed up on that one. Yes. What pension? I don't know what pension you're talking about that he could keep. Bob's dead, by the way. I don't know if you know that, Tyler. It was, but they explained why. What changed their decision about how they were treating the documentary was when they went to the 2018 Flat Earth Global Convention. In that convention, and this was seconded by, hold on, what's his name? It's back here. Lee McIntyre. The book, How to Talk to a Science Denier. All right, I'll show you this. There it is. Gemini, signed by John Glenn. Thank you to, oh my goodness, I'm forgetting your name. I'm sorry. He's in Australia. Sent it to me. Thank you very much to him for sending it. Anyway, here is How to Talk to a Science Denier by Lee McIntyre. So in this book, he went to the 2018 Flat Earth Convention, Flat Earth Global Convention, and so did the people from the documentary Behind the Curve. And both him, Lee McIntyre, and the documentary people, when at the convention they specifically talked about targeting children, they were both disgusted. Lee left the convention, didn't stick around for the rest of it, and the people from the documentary said, you know what? This changes things. They aren't just harmless, doing, silly people doing silly things. They are targeting other people's children. That's not okay. It was that thing, and I don't know who said it at the convention. I don't know if it says it in this book or not, but that is what caused them to say, we're going to change how we're doing the documentary. So I completely understand. Leave other people's kids alone. And this is way too common with everybody right now. Everybody has their little pet thing and they're like, oh, we need to teach the kids this. We need to teach the kids this. We need to teach the kids this. Stop it. Teach them facts and science and knowledge and, not your opinion. Don't teach your opinion. Teach them how to think. That's a big problem. Teach them how to do the different topics, how to do them. And the parents, if they're going to be doing something else, they want to put their opinion, their religion, their position, their politics. That's the parents' position, not yours. So flat Earth is not science, it's a religion. So don't teach kids your dumb religion of flat Earth. There's no science behind it. If there were science, you could tell me what time the sun will set using flat Earth. You can't. You could tell me how high the sun was. You can't. You would know what the sun was made of. You can't. And you don't need to stand behind NASA because NASA didn't figure these things out. They were figured out before NASA. Hobbyists did a lot of it. So here you are, flat earthers, hobbyists. Figure out how high the sun is. Triangulate it. Oh, it doesn't work. That's because the flat earth is wrong. Okay. Icy Spin. That was a tangent. Icy Spin says you feel BetMoose will pay winners. So BetMoose is a website where you can bet things. So let me show you. I have put up the money on BetMoose on this particular one here. So there's two. There's these two bets about what people will see in Antarctica. This one here is by Jeran, who goes by Jesus Christ on here. And so this first one I think is Jeran's, is my guess, because he's the one that issued it. And so we've got a bunch of different people. Wally, I put in here some Bitcoin, but I don't like this one very much because so this is a bet. And so BetMoose is a platform for doing bets. They're not flat earthers. To my knowledge, they're not. This is an automated system. Looks like what happens is the person who hosts the bet, they get a little slice of it. Says, here's what happened. This side won or this side won. And so then it automatically pays out those people. So the decision logic says 1, yes, they will see and report a 24-hour sun that circles the heads of observers in Antarctica, which we know is what's going to happen. Or 2, no, they will not see and report a 24-hour circling sun. Okay, that's all good. I'm good with that. Then Jeran adds, no would also include the trip being canceled and not happening for any reason. What? I would cancel the bet for that. Or the sun not being able to be confirmed due to weather. I would cancel for that. For example, clouds. The decision is based on the consensus of those who traveled on the finalexperiment.com. So that one I didn't like because if it's canceled, it's a no. That's silly. It should be the whole thing canceled. So this other flat earther, Flat Stationary, I think he has a YouTube channel, Flat and Stationary. I've seen him around. Similar thing. And then the bet is yes, the sun will set, proving the earth is flat. I don't know how that proves the earth is flat because it's the opposite. In Icy Spin says in Vegas there is a yes, no, off. On this topic, Vegas has a position on this. I'd love to see that, Icy Spin. Anyway. Oh, hence saying all bets are off. I see. Yeah, okay. Just in general, yeah. Anyway, this one says no, the circle's overhead. The decision is based on the consensus of the people officially going on the trip. If the trip doesn't happen, the bet is canceled. If the sky's cloudy the entire time, the bet is canceled. So I looked at that. I'm like, well, that makes more sense, right? That's yes, no, off, as Icy Spin said. Mandelbrot says, Tyler claims the firmament is frozen ozone 73 miles high because an amateur rocket hit it. He's so dumb. Tyler, listen, you're stupid. Just telling you, this is an evaluation, Tyler. This isn't an insult, right? If somebody has brown hair and somebody says, hey, look, he has brown hair, that's not an insult, even if that person doesn't like brown hair. That's just a statement of fact, right? And if somebody is unintelligent, they're stupid. Saying that they're stupid isn't an insult. It's an evaluation. Tyler, you're stupid. I'm evaluating you. You're stupid, right? If a rocket hit solid oxygen, it would explode. That's what would happen. That's, the basic physics of it is the rocket would explode. It would crash into a billion pieces, right? Just smash at the speed that the rockets go, right? And solid oxygen is harder than water, and water does that to things traveling very fast. So, how dumb can you be? Anyway, the question to me is, do I think they'll pay out? I think they will, because BetMoose is a betting platform. They're not a flat earth platform. So you look at the other stuff, it's all bets on politics. Almost all politics. Some are, will Bitcoin reach 150,000 by July 1st, 2025? Somebody, not much bet on that. Somebody betting will Bitcoin top 100,000 before the end of the year. Right? There's a total of 0.0004 Bitcoin on that bet. Not a lot of money at stake there. But that's the types of things that this site does. So yeah, you got a bunch of election stuff, and then you've got there you go, this one and the other one. There you go. So do I think they'll pay it? Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's any question about it, because the money's already deposited. I went through the process. You transfer the money. They have it there. They're holding the money, and then you put it in play, and they don't give you 100% of it. They give you, they take a fee for themselves. They take a fee for the person hosting the bet, the person that created the bet. So they get paid, the host gets paid, and the bettors get paid. So, okay. iSolder74 says they taught flat Earth in the 40s. Tell that to Willis Lee, he'd laugh himself silly. Did Tyler make that idiot claim? I hope he did, because it's so funny. All you need to do to prove it is, find some curriculum. Right? If it was regularly taught in the 40s, these books still exist. School books from the 1940s still exist. I was in rural Wisconsin. Went to a rural museum that used to be somebody's house. Now it's a museum. It's on the corner of town, and they had school books from the late 1800s. And you know what the school books had the globe in it. It was like the encyclopedia. It had the globe in it. So no, it wasn't. Maybe in Zion, Illinois, but elsewhere, nope. It was not taught. You would have to, do a simple thing like find a book. What kind of blind faith religious nonsense do you have to think that just somebody saying that is good enough for you to accept it? It's not. You shouldn't be so gullible. Kango44 says, wow, flat earthers are all total see you next Tuesdays. Well, it's a very high percentage. Very high percentage. Mr. E-Man gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for that, Mr. E-Man. And if you are the happy recipient, make sure you thank him too. Kango44 says, the level of self-importance is astonishing. Can you imagine thinking that anyone gives a crap about some nutter on the internet? Well, I do, we do. But yeah, the nameless, faceless they, if the nameless, faceless they existed, they wouldn't just care a little, though. Remember, according to Flat Earth Dave, they oversee all of the intelligence agencies of all of the countries of the Earth. They have more budget than NASA. They have black budget. They have as much money as they need. They have unlimited power. They could silence anyone they want. Yet they haven't silenced you, Dave, because they don't exist. Your ego is the problem, Dave. If they existed, you wouldn't. But you think you're so important that they are trying to block you. No. YouTube doesn't like your content because advertisers don't like your content and they don't want to pay to have their ads in front of your content. Yep. Do you think, Dave, Dave, you have a website? Could I put advertisements for my YouTube channel on your website? Would you be happy for that to happen? I don't think so. Okay. Thank you for that, Kango44. iSider74 says his challenge is just a scheme to sell his app. A true challenge wouldn't need that. That's true. 100% true. Flat Earth Dave's challenge is a ploy to get people to buy and download the app. He dangles it out there. He's like, does his presentation. Then he's like, if you watched this and you don't agree with me, well, then I have a 3 Bitcoin challenge. Boo-doo-doo. All you need to do is buy the app and then watch a video every day for whatever, couple weeks or something. And then if you still think the Earth's a globe, then just send me, by what mechanism? One globe proof. How is that evaluated? Unknown. There's no documentation for how to send it. There's no documentation for the metric he will use. Right? It's whatever he wants, which is nothing. So he'll reject everything. It's a fake challenge. Huge arse is dumb as piss. What kind of piss? Third time around piss from allegedly Dave. The Turtle Move says DIRTH needs a container. Oh, that reminds me. Let's finish the poll. The poll question. The poll question is, does Dave has less charisma or less hair? Less charisma, 69%, less hair, 30%. There you go. You can't argue with that. It's a popular poll. The people have spoken. Josh Garver says, for $20, thank you very much. Josh, he says, in container theory, the container for a dipole is a sphere. Is this mythical container the Win Flat Earth? They think it is. No. Yeah, the container for a dipole. So they're like, because they like to talk about the Earth being the magnetic field of the Earth being a toroid field, a dipole. It's a dipole, which is generally the shape of a sphere if you put it in a container, is what, right? But they don't even understand their model and how it relates to reality, because the South Magnetic Pole is not all points south. It's in the ocean south of Australia. So they don't even get to claim, if they're going to stick with reality, they don't get to claim this toroid field, because it's not a toroid field, because it's got to be curved, because I use Baby's book on gravity here. You've got the North Pole here, the North Magnetic Pole here, and the South Magnetic Pole here. So this magnet has to be a U-shaped magnet underneath the dirt pizza. And so you don't get a toroid, you get all of those field lines get warped up into this U shape. So you have these giant long lines here and these really short ones here. It's not a toroid field. And all of this nonsense that Whitsitt likes to talk about, a block domain wall, doesn't work all of a sudden, because that magnetic field is not a toroid. It's horribly misshapen. All right. And iSolder74 says, if it was as he says, why are you still alive, DIRTH? And that's the 3 Bitcoin challenge, the 3 Bitcoin question. Why is DIRTH still alive? Why did they not use their unlimited power to make him not say things? They don't exist.
There's a whole bunch of ways.
And so when he have you gone to his YouTube channel and looked at his many sermons? So he just does sermons out of the Bible and teaches people the Bible every day.
Talking about Will Duffy here,
because he's involved.
He teaches people the Bible, but he can't see that the Earth is flat. Isn't that weird?
It is weird. But how many people are like that?
It's not weird at all, because the Bible does not say the Earth is flat.
So that's not as weird as you might think.
Again, he might be into some shit that we don't even understand or even want to consider.
What a piece of crap. When I said it gets worse, this is it. Why did Dave just say that? He has no idea. He doesn't know it. What if he's into something? What if he's not into something? What if Dave is into something? What if? It's useless to say that, Dave, with no evidence. You're just doing a poisoning the well for no reason. But Jeran, to his great credit, comes back with this.
That's all speculation.
Yeah, but anybody could do that. Anybody. You could be involved in some shit that none of us know or understand too, right?
Yeah.
So
Absolutely. Comes right back to you, DIRTH, you piece of garbage. Right? You know, when anybody shows up, Dave likes to go and do, go digging. Right? So Dave dug up on Bob the Science Guy. Dave dug up stuff on Will Duffy. And the things that he found, nothing. On Bob, things that were dismissed. On Will, business dealings. Find a large business that hasn't had a lawsuit against it. Good luck. Things don't happen like that. DIRTH used to sell solar panels for a solar panel company. Do you think that solar panel company never had any lawsuits against it? Of course it did. I don't need to even look it up. Yes. Anytime you're putting things on a house in numbers, people are going to have disagreements with you. You're paying thousands of dollars to do things. Yep. They kicked over my geranium pot. I'm going to sue. They wrecked our shingles. I'm going to sue. Of course. And Dave worked there. He was one of the principals there. Well, that implicates you then, Dave, wouldn't it? No, it doesn't. That's BS. It's meaningless. Just because business people have normal business things. So dumb.
but
right. They're right. All of it doesn't matter. There is no circling sun.
No, there is a circling sun. Oh, you mean there's no circling sun in Antarctica?
There is no circling sun in Antarctica. As they're.
Oh yeah. Also, Earthrise, find a medical doctor that hasn't had the allegation of malpractice. Yes, that's why they carry insurance, because it's going to happen.
He's claiming it is. So
no, but do you think that? Tell me this: if somebody's a glober, right, and they believe in the globe heavily, then wouldn't they be very cocky that there has to be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
This is where you and I disagree.
I'm willing to put up money. I put money on that bet moose. I'm waiting for Flatties to put money up to match. I posted yesterday on Facebook to a whole bunch of groups, and you know what No Flat Earther did? No Flat Earther had the balls to bet against me. That's because they all know I'm right.
I don't believe McToon thinks the Earth is a globe. I don't think Fight the Flat Earth thinks it's a globe.
I think that's
Earth is a globe, idiot. Jeran? Man, Jeran is doing good here. Listen.
So you think he just every day Toon gets on his channel and calls Austin a liar and points out all these things about science, and he doesn't believe it?
We can argue all day on this one. And by the way, I might be wrong.
But name one person that does that. Like who just spends...
McToon and Fight the Fat Shirt.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't mean evidence from the exact person we're talking about. But I get it. I don't think that makes any sense to me. I can't imagine every day... You
can't imagine a lot of things, Jeran, because this world is fucked up, and there's people that'll do shit for many motivation reasons. And
like for example, somebody might create a garbage app that's worthless that doesn't tell you what angle the sun will set or what time the sun will set, and then go on a bunch of podcasts and talk nonsense for a while, and then at the end dangle this challenge that doesn't exist out in front of people and say all you have to do to win a whole bunch of money, something in the order of $180,000, is to buy your dumb app and then watch your dumb videos for a few days. Yeah, I can't imagine somebody being that useless and worthless and horrible to do that. Yeah, amazing that people that horrible exist, but whatever.
And you might not be able to see it.
But have you looked at what Toon? Have you watched Toon, like what he knows about the globe? So you're saying that he went and learned a bunch of stuff about the globe that he thinks is not true?
I think that he.
No answers coming, by the way.
He is a smart guy as far as, making arguments. He's like a lawyer, right? It doesn't matter innocent or not. He's going to fight his case. The guy is disingenuous. Every show he starts out is, no flat earther can explain the sunset.
Right. No flat earther can explain the sunset. Excellent, Dave. I'm glad you watch enough to understand that you can't explain sunsets. You can't. This is a problem for flat earth. If you can't explain that simple thing, then, I don't know. Oh, also, Dave said this.
Online, he looks like a pretty handsome guy.
Thanks, Dave. But no, Dave, you can't explain sunsets. And does that bother you? Obviously it does. You can't explain sunsets. What time will the sun set? It won't. According to Flat Earth, it never could.
That makes him a liar.
I agree with you. So
that doesn't make me a liar. That makes you wrong. I think Jeran is just playing along. I hope so.
So that makes him a liar.
Right. But it makes him a globe believer who's trying to push his model.
I think it's more nefarious than that.
So you think it's a flat earther who's saying that thing to turn people? I mean, I just can't even picture that being the case. I just can't picture it.
Here's the thing. It's okay. I'm glad you believe it's the other way. I could go back and forth. I don't know. But if I had to...
Oh, he doesn't know. Awesome. Then why say anything? DIRTH's main superpower is being ignorant. That's his superpower.
In my head right now, I'd say he knows he's lying. Okay.
Right. Again, you don't believe that those are liabilities to the powers that be.
Oh, I believe they're all liabilities, but I think.
But not a true believer. A true believer isn't a liability. They're never going to see that they're wrong.
No, a true believer could be shown evidence that makes them flip.
Not really, because think about these guys who have degrees; they never see it. This is the point is that they've set up the world this way on purpose. That by giving these guys papers and telling them that they're very smart, they're not going to let you on YouTube come out and say everything you've learned in school is wrong. They're going to immediately put up that block. It's what your brain does on purpose. It's what your brain does.
No, I get you. All right, we don't need to argue about that. I'm just saying I'm still on the he knows side. All right. So another thing you brought up.
So they're changing here the topic. A good spot here. Icy Spin says what it is Jeran's spidey sense is finally on. Yeah. This is right. He's calling me a Poe is what he's doing. Which is really weird. But I don't think DIRTH is a Poe. I think he's a grifter, and I also think that he thinks the Earth is flat. Right? He's dumb. So yeah, he thinks the Earth is flat. He's really dumb. He thinks the KGB, which hasn't existed for 33 years, reports to NASA, which is not in the same country, and NASA's not an intelligence organization like the KGB is. So dumb. Incredibly dumb. Really, really stupidly dumb. And he can't explain sunsets and then gets butthurt when I say, you can't explain sunsets, Dave. Oh, it's total. Yeah, it's projection. I love that. Josh Garver says MC Toon is all balls. In fact, all he talks about is the largest ball every flurf has ever touched. The globe.
Maybe not today, but another day is why are flat earthers, saying, oh, the sun's reflecting, it's doing this, it's doing that. Why are we all scrambling trying to find an explanation? And the globers are not doing that at all. And the answer is
because we're right.
One, we've been fucked over so many times.
I don't think I said that, but anyway.
No, you did. You said because you said we're gonna make it so that if the sun does set, the globers will say, well, that doesn't disprove the globe, because we're coming up with so many different scenarios. And the reason I
think you're talking about somebody else. But anyway.
No, it was you. The reason we can speculate about a reflecting sun, and stuff is because
you're desperately scrambling to protect your belief, or in Dave's case, his pocketbook.
We live in an enclosed system. That's our belief. That's our understanding.
Correct.
And with a glass ceiling and an apparent sun and personal atmospheric domes, we get to experiment with all that. The globe doesn't.
There's no experiments that they've done. What experiment? What experiment did they do for a personal atmospheric dome? Nothing. Putting an acrylic dome over a piece of paper is not an experiment for a personal atmospheric dome. There's no correlation between them because there's no analog between the materials and how they cause light to behave.
The globe has a ball with gas and a vacuum, and it is what it is. They don't get to speculate on reflections in a dome.
Agree. I think you're talking about somebody else.
All right, maybe not.
Because you're saying I said that we look bad because why are all the flat earth, or maybe it was Will Duffy that said it. Why are we all coming up with all of these other ideas that are outside of our, what we've been saying for 10 years? And the answer is because we've been screwed over so many times.
No, the answer is because you know what you will see. If you were confident in what you would see, you would just plant your flag and say, this is what we will see. But no, suddenly, two dramatically big things that you've been saying for 10 years. You've been saying can't go to Antarctica, and you've been saying sun sets in Antarctica. Sun does not circle around your head in Antarctica. And if you were confident of either of those things, you would just say, nope, not going to happen, or nope, it's not going to circle around. And you wouldn't have to come around and scramble because you've already said this is you've committed to that model. That is your thing that you've said. And Will Duffy found bunches of times of DIRTH and Dubé especially talking about Antarctica, making claims about it. And both of those things are obviously going to contradict Flat Earth, and you all know it. This is what's great. If you didn't know that we were, if you didn't know this is what was going to happen, you wouldn't be scrambling. You're scrambling because you absolutely know what's going to happen. Mr. E-Man says trigonometry works and would locate where the command module is as a lunar excursion module was launched. Yeah, he was talking about did you investigate the 3 parabolic radio receivers used to receive the signal from Apollo 11? I did not since the other night, Mr. E-Man. I'm working on some other things. I'm actually working on 2 different responses to the Apollo defectives, as some people sometimes call them. So Icy Spin says Jeran is actually seeking truth and isn't making excuses ahead of time. Dave must make excuses. Go ahead and say it. Got to protect that grift. Absolutely. Mr. E-Man says, is this Dave asking Jeranism how many lights he sees? Yeah, and we get to a little leverage on that one in a little bit here. It's to use a word, it's interesting. Ice Solder 74 says, for your information, Admiral Willis Lee wrote articles in the 30s about how to use Coriolis and the curve of the Earth to better hit targets. When used by him and other battleship commanders, they hit things better. I have a page on my website, mc2.net/Coriolis, with a discussion of how to actually do the calculation of Coriolis force, or the acceleration due to Coriolis. There's formulas there for that. And it works an example of it, and also a 2 pages linked off of that, one for Coriolis application that snipers use, and one for Coriolis application that large artillery uses, like on ships. So documentation of those 2 things. Flat earthers like to lie and make claims about whether or not Coriolis is ever used. It's obviously blatant lies that they're just parroting, because these things are used, provably used. And so all that they do when they make claims that about it not being used is it proves that flat earthers are liars. The tension is building. Nerd Pedantic Alert says trigonometry needs to be in a container. Yeah. All right.
Figure it out.
No, I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I encouraged it. Remember, I told people if you can find, find a way to do it. And Joe Hanvey did it. Tried to make
Joe was trying. You got to give Joe credit, man. He's working hard on that.
Yep. No, he's definitely trying hard. And that's what we need people to do. But I think the more people that do it, the more they'll.
So for reference, Joe Hanvey is a guy who on Facebook, he's also on YouTube. I covered it. He had an acrylic dome over the map, and he had a plastic dome over that, and he shined a light through it. He's like, look, it's doing it, it's circling around. Like, the camera was outside the acrylic dome, not inside, but even then the light was moving the wrong direction. And everybody's like, oh, you nailed it, this is it, praise Jesus. And then Jeran and DIRTH are both in there like, the sun's moving the wrong way. So he deletes it and he puts up another one. He's like, I nailed it this time. And everybody's like, praise Jesus, you got it. Blah, blah. And then DIRTH and Jeran show up and they're like, oh no, there's a problem with this one too. So he deletes it. How many times do people get to say, oh, you totally nailed it. This is what baby Jesus in the manger was thinking of when he was laying in the manger. And then be wrong. Anyway, Joe Hanvey is speaking at a church this weekend, presenting his derpy model. So I want to show. I have copies of his videos. I want to maybe show them, do a video beforehand, showing all of his wrong models, so that when he goes to this church and presents another wrong model, it's already been wrong. So here he is standing in a church presenting a wrong model, claiming, oh, it's all right. And everybody in the audience like, oh, praise Jesus. Yep. He's doing it in a church. Yep. And they're gonna after it be praising Jesus because he's wrong about flat earth. Disgusting. And any churchgoers, it's disgusting. All right.
That this is a problem for our current map. And again, would I come back and say it's a globe? I certainly would never come back and say we're moving. I would not come back and say we've been to the moon or that NASA's real or anything like that. But I would say that if we came back and saw the sun circling my head for 3 days, that the model that I've been pushing is wrong. That's what I would say.
So a little soft, but he's right. What did I do? I have no fear. I'm not worried. I've got AC/DC second album, whatever. I don't remember. If you know that song, if you know what I'm talking about. I've got that. I put a video out saying if the sun contradicts the globe, I will delete all my videos. I will upload one video that stays in perpetuity, declaring that the earth is flat. I have no fear. Anybody, right? Follow the evidence. I will follow the evidence. If the evidence contradicts the globe, I'll do it. So I'm hoping that Jeran will take a step far further and do what I have done. I've already done it. Right? I've done it. And flat earthers, if they follow the evidence or care about truth, right? They like to call themselves truthers. They would have no problem saying, I'll follow the evidence. No, it's not TNT. It's not Highway to Heaven. It's about having something that's big. And there's some alliteration there. I hope you know what that means.
I'll accept that. The model we've been pushing, the model of the sun in the sky that we've been pushing is wrong. We don't understand it. That's for sure.
DIRTH, you already don't understand it. You've said that already. It will change nothing. You understand nothing. you're dumb and stupid and an idiot, and you don't understand what the sun is made of. You don't know how high it is. You don't know what causes it to move around. You literally know nothing about your model other than it's flat. That's all you have. You have it's flat. That's your whole model. So what model would be wrong then, Dave? Well, the main map that you put in your stupid, worthless app, you'd have to remove because it's clearly not right. I don't know what you're going to put up instead.
Correct. But then would you say based on that observation that the globe directly calls for that to happen?
Yes.
But that doesn't matter. The globe calls for a lot of things that do happen, and so does flat Earth.
Correct.
No, flat Earth doesn't. And Dave likes to talk about these two buckets. You have these buckets here of things that work for flat and things that work for globe, and some things go into both buckets. There's a couple. You know what does go in both buckets? The 24-hour circling sun in the Arctic. But you know what does not go in both buckets? The sun ever setting between the Arctic circle and the Antarctic circle. Doesn't go in your bucket. You don't get that. Flat Earth doesn't predict it. You know what else doesn't go in that bucket? The angle to the sun, the angle to the moon, the view that everybody has to the moon. Doesn't match anything. Eclipse predictions. Oh, it doesn't work. How about reciprocal zenith angles? That doesn't work for... Almost nothing goes in the flat Earth bucket. One thing that does, a lot of people get this wrong, the moon being upside down in the southern hemisphere. The orientation works for flat Earth. That goes in both buckets. But the portion of the moon that you see doesn't. So doesn't help you there. And Beast Militia says he, as DIRTH, is trying so hard to pull him back to his side of the grift because he notices that Jeran is starting to accept the truth. Oh yeah. DIRTH is seeing that.
But there's not one that's mutually exclusive. Do you understand what mutually exclusive means?
Yeah, I do, but it doesn't matter. Well, you say it's mutually exclusive from our understanding. The problem is it doesn't like.
Okay, but if it wasn't, then somebody would be able to come up with a way and say, look, it could be this, and then everybody go, oh yeah, it could be that. But if you can't,
and so you don't think that's a possibility that could happen in the future?
I think it's possible, but not if you actually think about it and understand what a flat Earth calls for. Because you have to have a North Pole in the center. I mean, how are you going to do away with that on a flat Earth?
Well,
right?
That works on a flat Earth. And
okay, hold on. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, all right, so we can't do away with that. So that's your starting point of any flat map. You have to have the North Pole at the center. Yeah, but that's
all the same on a globe, too. You need North Pole at the center.
Totally agree. So,
no, not the center. There's a North Pole, but it's not in the center. The center is in the center of the globe. Right? It's 6,370 miles from the surface.
Yeah. Then with that, we have to spread out the south. It's the only thing possible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you have a map.
All the sailboat races, all the evidence, all of that, the plane flights, everything kind of supports that.
Definitely.
Time zones,
correct.
32 of them.
Correct. So you have a map now with a North Pole center and a south that's on the outskirts. Yep. So how could the sun circle the Earth in 24 hours, which it must do? We know it does.
Because there's 4 counter-rotating suns that are reflected from the inner north outside of the Tropic of Capricorn that we don't get to see from the north.
What the hell is that? 4 counter-rotating suns that we don't get to see. What the hell is that?
Which is crazy.
Wait, 4 counter suns, what?
Yeah, so the sun and the stars are reflected into the south and doing their own counter rotation in the 4 4 corners of the Earth, or the 4, what do they call it? The 4 quarters of the Earth.
And I thought about that, but let's think about it real quick. So if it's the...
And Jeran's nailing it.
If it's December, and so where's the sun in the north that is reflecting the one in the south? The one in the south is the only one. Because the north is dark.
From the south, you only see that sun.
Okay, why? From the north, let's say in California and New York, where we are.
Here's what Crow said to me.
Hold on, but would we see it?
No, because they would kind of come around in unison, right? The sun would be circling around, coming around, towards where you are in Antarctica, right?
Hold on a second. Wait, hold on.
In unison? How? Where?
Hold on. I just want to be on the same page. We're talking about the southern summer, so December, right?
Right.
Do you and I see a sun from where we are in December? From California, from New York? Yes, we see the sun.
Yeah, of course, but they don't see that sun.
But we can. But you can follow it, and you can follow the sun.
We don't need to walk through the whole thing.
Yeah, but you can follow the sun. What you're saying is that you're just now making up new things. Like we were seeing different, but we know what the sun is. In fact, if you walk from New York down south, you would walk until the sun was above your head when you got to Australia. So it is that sun. How could it not be?
Has anyone ever done that?
Sure, but planes do it all the time. Planes fly and follow the sun.
You know what? I agree. I think this is the conversation is pointless. But my point of the conversation is, if you saw a light go around your head,
it's not a light; it's the sun.
The sun. You know, if you saw the sun, right, and it wasn't just behind the heavy clouds or something. You know, it was like
right, clear as could be.
Clear as could be. The flat Earth model we have is wrong.
Correct.
But it doesn't make the Earth a ball.
Okay, so then what we're saying is then it has to be flat, but it can't be any more a North Pole at the center, South Pole at the edge.
We don't know. It means
what do you mean we don't know?
Our model is wrong.
Yep, exactly. Because our model starts with the North Pole at the center, pushes Antarctica to the outside. Yeah. So the question becomes, how can you draw another flat map? And Lady Blount tried it, and these guys all tried it, and they could never make it work.
All right. Here is I'm going to attempt to apply what DIRTH just desperately dug out of his ass. I mean, there's no way to put it. That's what he did. He dug it out of his ass. So here is 80 degrees south latitude. All right. And so here is right here. They're going to be at Union Glacier there. Right there. TFE is there. So they will see. I have it on the line. I have my whole channel on the line. When they're here, they will see at some point the sun there, due south of them. Right? Here we go. Due south. They will look due south and they will see the sun. And DIRTH just said, well, there's 4. What if there's 4 counter-rotating suns? So this sun is a different sun than the sun that's over here. This sun is over, at that moment, will be over the Indian Ocean. Right? And the people over here will see this sun. They will see this sun. But there will be a different sun there. Now, that's only half of it, or part of it, right? Because at some point, when they were looking east, right? They were looking east, they saw a sun here as well. And of course, then later they look west. Might as well say south. There's a sun here. Now, when they looked due east and saw the sun due east, the normal sun that everybody else sees was here. And when they look due west, the normal sun that everybody else sees is here. Right? So rather than looking at this angle here, right? Rather than looking at that angle, they look at this angle, which is, according to this, about 45 degrees off. It's probably more than that, but it doesn't really matter. Dramatically off. No accidental amount off. So Dave is saying, well, what if these suns follow a different track? What if they are counter-rotating and they circle this way somehow, right? This is, I think, what he's saying, that they somehow circle this way. So when you look due south, what direction in Antarctica does the sun move? Well, it moves right to left, right? It goes that way. And when you're here, it goes right to left. It goes this way. And when you're here, it goes right to left. It goes this way. So how, Dave, and I'll add in the final one here. So, and Dave doesn't disagree with this one. When you look north, you see the sun, right? That everybody else sees. But somehow, through the power of magic, right? At noon, they look this way, and then the sun, the real sun, follows this track according to Dave's dumb app that he sells, and his dumb app that he uses as his ploy to get people to buy. No, the ploy is the challenge. So the sun, in the time that the sun goes here, somehow this sun goes here, and somehow, even though this one, according to Flat Earth, would have to turn and get farther away and get smaller, it would somehow magically set when it gets here, and this one would somehow magically rise. Again, neither of these have any plausible mechanism for how it could happen, but somehow, no idea how, even though this sun sets and this sun rises, you don't notice it. Somehow, nobody notices that this one got swapped for this one somehow. And then 6 hours later, this one goes and the next one appears. Nobody notices. And then 6 hours later, this one goes and this one comes. Nobody notices. And then finally, 6 hours later, this one goes and the sun shows up again. Of course, this is easy to test with the solar filter, as we've mentioned before, because these suns would all have different fingerprints. This is literally retarded, DIRTH. This is stupid. You are stupid. Or you're so desperate that you will make up this complete idiocy to protect your money. Money. That's why you said this as a test to see, well, could this nonsense possibly fool people into paying you money every month still? Money. This, Dave said, for money. That's why he did it, for money. All right, let's hear.
I'm with you, but here's the problem is we got stars, we got planets, we have the sun in the sky. Regardless, we don't know what any of them are.
Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter.
Dave doesn't know what any of them are. But other people do that are not dumb like Dave.
The sun is a bowl of piss. It does.
No, I heard you say that, but it doesn't matter what they like. We don't know if they're physical. We don't know what they are. So that kind of
you don't know, Dave, but smart people do.
Opens up a lot of possibilities that we may not be able to understand. Now, listen, I don't want to go to, hey, listen, it works, but we don't understand how it works. I don't want to go there,
right? Because
we're not going to see a circling sun.
I agree with you. Like, let's just stick to that. I think speculating.
And you see, that's a more honest position, right? Just say here. End pole equals nipple. Yeah, all right. If you see pictures in that, I get it. There you go. There you go. All right. At least be honest about it. Say, this is, stick your flag in the ground. Say, it won't happen. And if it does, follow the evidence. That's it. Just follow the evidence.
Something that we're not going to see is ridiculous because it's making other people start to fear that that's what we're going to see.
No, I got it.
Ian, what's his name? Ian, was messaging me, and I had to ask him, like, what are you?
Leahy?
Yeah, he was like, almost sounded really afraid.
Well,
and
you know what? Here's the thing: is a lot of people are afraid.
Right? Why am I not?
That's a great point. People are afraid because it's a religion. They're scared that their religion is going to be shown false. And Jeran is not scared because he's moved out of it being a religion. It's not a religion for him. He will follow the evidence. It's not a religion for me. I will follow the evidence. I put my channel on the line. If I'm wrong, I'm out. I'll follow the evidence. I'm done. I have zero fear about it. I put money on the line. And why do you think I'm pausing those $10,000 challenges? Because if any flatties put money on the line, I'm taking it. I know some people aren't happy that I would do that. Well, people go to the casino and they put their whole paycheck into slot machines. Is that cool? I'm not cool with that. I can't stop it. If they're going to do it, would I like to get the money? Well, I don't know. But I'm doing it. I don't care. And maybe it's the object lesson they need. So far, though, no flat earthers have the stones to do it. So I don't know. The only way to take money from flirps is to pretend to be one. Oh, that's great.
Because you're thinking rationally.
There's too much evidence.
And DIRTH is trying to insult Jeran because Jaren's thinking rationally.
That we will not see it.
I know.
And if
Jeran, have we ever been screwed over by Globers?
Yes, many times.
Have you?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a little thicker skin. The
difference between this is
maybe because of that Netflix thing, you're able to see this clearer than most.
Well, it's really easy to screw somebody like they did with me and Netflix. Like, would I ever sign an NDA again that says you can use my likeness and whatever you want and any way you want? Never. Right? So if we get down there and Duffy's like, hey, sign this document, we're going to use your, I'm saying, yeah, right. You're not going to, I'll never sign that. So like, there's enough things for me to know that they would have to either A, fake the sun, which would be very difficult, possibly catastrophic.
That's where they're going to, if they try to fake it, that's going to be the best thing that ever happened to us.
Right. Number two, they're going to have to cancel the trip, which should be a great celebration. Now, at this point, I think it'll just kind of fizzle away.
He thinks it'll fizzle away. That's more rational. That's more rational by far than this. If they try to fake it. I've seen people talking sun simulator all over the place now. You can't simulate the sun. There's a fingerprint. It's a lot of light and heat. I live in Minnesota. I know the difference between day and night. And when the sun is up, the heat you get when it's cold out, the heat you get from the sun, you feel on your face. You can't fake that because the amount of output you need is unfakeable.
3 would be that they cloud up the sky the entire time we're down there. We already have Duffy on record saying that's evidence of a flat Earth. Again,
well, I don't even think that's evidence of flat Earth because every video I've seen from that place shows cloudy skies. I haven't seen a single blue sky video. Not that there's not. I just haven't seen any.
Yeah, I guess in December it really shouldn't be cloudy there. I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense, right? But anyway, so just to me, it seems like there's enough things in place with this observation. And then again, because I used to worry like, oh, how do you know where you're going to end up? If you fly down to to Antarctica, how do you know where they're taking you? The way that this trip is set up, you know. right? You're taking a plane to Punta Arenas. You know that you're there. It's only a 4.5 hour flight.
I get it. I know where. That's going to be pretty hard to trick you.
Right. So I just think that there's enough, and that's why a second flat earther there is also important, because they'd have to fool you both. Now again, the one thing that people keep saying is, what if they brainwash you or MK Ultra you? Yeah, that I can't predict.
Things that don't exist. That's right. MK Ultra is a conspiracy theory about stuff that doesn't exist, or brainwash things that don't exist, right? Yes, the Church of Scientology brainwashed people. Flat Earth. Dave has brainwashed people into thinking there is a video of a boat that's gone over the horizon being zoomed back. Flat Earth Dave has brainwashed people. He has. But people that are specifically going and looking and then getting the evidence, and this is the thing, they're not going there and then just looking and then coming back and saying, this is what we looked at. They're bringing cameras. They're going to get video of it. So that video coming back, the opinion of the person carrying the video is irrelevant. Here's the video. Look at it. Here's the solar filter photograph or video of the sun. Does it match the solar filter video from elsewhere at the same time? Well, look at that. It does or doesn't. There you go.
You already know I've talked to you about how to know that I've been compromised, right?
Yes.
Good. Yes. So that's it.
So this is interesting. Jeran, he didn't say what it was, has something with Dave to let Dave know whether or not Jeran's been compromised. I love it. I really love that. Right? Don't tell anybody what it is. You don't tell anybody, Jeran. That's great. John Smith, why did Tyler get muted? Tyler made a claim. I will show it here. I'll show it. So he's talking about Mad Mike Hughes. Mad Mike Hughes was a flat earther, but more than that, he was a stuntman, and I like stuntmen. And I interviewed him on my channel here. It's one of my earliest videos. And we had a great conversation. Very nice. I was a fan. He was the guy that did a jump of a limo into a bus that was standing up, a school bus that was standing up with fire around it and stuff. It was fantastic. I love that. I love stuntmen. So I was a fan of his stuntman stuff. And then he was going to go in a rocket above the Kármán line, was the plan, or high enough to at least see the curvature of the Earth with his own eyes. And as publicity, he did some steam-powered rockets to get himself up high enough to not very high at all, actually, but it was just publicity. Steam rockets are kind of dangerous. You build up a whole bunch of steam inside of a chamber, and then you open a valve and you go. But the acceleration is very abrupt, and vessels with steam in them tend to explode. And what happened apparently was they think he may have had some sort of a heart attack or something when the acceleration was really high, and then he didn't pull the chute. Right, it went up, and it was up for long enough that he could have pulled the chute. They were on the radio. They're saying, pull the chute, pull the chute, pull the chute. And he never responded. He never pulled the chute. So they think he was unconscious. And he hit the ground and didn't make it. Waldo Stokes was one of his best friends. And Waldo said that he was there. He was very tore up about it. I also interviewed Waldo. Waldo was the guy that was building the rocket that he was going to take to go up above the Kármán line. So I don't know why anybody would be so much of an absolute asshole to claim that this person who actually died isn't dead. You know, people went to his funeral. People mourned. Waldo, one of Waldo's best friends, died. Why do you have to be such a disgusting piece of filth, Tyler? Why are you so evil? Right? Again, let me remind you, Tyler. Tyler, you're not smart. You don't have any special knowledge. You didn't figure anything out. The fact that you can't do math should have been a notice to you that you're not smart. The fact that simple things confuse you should be a reminder to you every day that you're not smart. You are stupid, Tyler. And on top of that, you are an awful, horrible, terrible person. So, yeah. Waldo, Mike Hughes, he went out doing, Generally Shady says he went out doing what he loved. He was a stuntman, and it was doing a stunt. And that's poetic. Anyway. Yeah. Tyler, get help. You really do have some serious mental problems, in addition to being very, very stupid.
All right, last thing.
Yes.
Who's more of a Jew, me or you?
Well, I wear a yarmulke underneath my hat.
What is the goal
This is an interesting part.
on your channel right now? The goal for today, the Kofi goal.
Was 200.
Okay. So if you don't know what's going on, so Jeran's streams, I'll go to the original one. Down in the lower, this bar on the bottom, you see that bar on the bottom? It's a little hard to see. Has the goal, and Kofi is a website where you can send people what they incorrectly called donations. It would be better called a tip, but it's a super chat, right? So when they sometimes have like they get demonetized a lot because they don't they just can't shut up about things outside flat Earth, you know. Anyway, Jeran did not at this point. It says 0. It says 0 down at the bottom there, and so he has nothing listed at this point. And so Dave is pointing that out, that it says nothing on there, because I think Jeran has to manually update it when he does get a donation. It's not integrated into his streaming software.
And look on your screen. What does it say the percentage is?
0.
0. So you know that you've got donations, but you're keeping it at 0 so people keep donating. You're the bigger Jew.
Wait, where have I gotten donations?
You've gotten Kofi donations, but they haven't gone up.
Hold on, let me see. That can't be right. Let me see the alerts. Yeah, it still says 0%. For August. Huh. I don't know. I'll have to check into that.
Look at you denying like you don't know that you did this on purpose. See?
I did not.
Can't trust you, Jeran. You did this on purpose so people will just keep donating.
Oh, wait, I see. Are you the only one? You donate flatterjew.com. $198. If the 200 people watching all donated 1 penny, you would reach your goal. That's true. Why isn't your showing up?
Yeah, because of you rigged it so people will keep donating.
Oh, I do remember it going off.
Yes. See, but you ignored it because you want more people to donate it. So admit it. You're a bigger Jew than me.
I'm a bigger Jew. Let's see if I can
All right,
get it.
see ya.
And the yarmulke's underneath my hat, I swear. All right, that was Dave Weiss, everybody.
Okay. I thought that was interesting because Dave sent Jeran $200. Why did Dave send Jeran $200? I don't know. People said that they think that Dave is scrambling and is not happy that Jeran might be thinking rationally. He actually accused him of thinking rationally, as if it's a bad thing. But I will say, yep, thinking rationally is bad for flat Earth. Yeah, keep this back in place here. Yeah. Flat Earth Dave doesn't want people to think rationally. He would have no new converts to his flat Earth religion. Nobody would buy his app anymore if people thought rationally. So, yeah, it's not good. It's not good for Dave, for people to think rationally. So why did he drop that $200 on Jeran? I don't know. Anyway, Larry Scott says DIRTH reaction is TFE. All flirt backpedaling, fabrication, and infighting is the crux of the final experiment. Confirming the existing vids is just the icing. That's absolutely the case. There's a bunch of videos already of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Sending another group of people there, that's not... It's just going to be another video. It will be novel because it was filmed in the presence of flat earthers or filmed on the equipment owned by flat earthers. That will be great. But the infighting, the scrambling, the absolute invention of lies and nonsense for what could possibly be the lame excuse for it, yeah, that is the final experiment. As Will said in a prior video, the final experiment has already started. 100%. Hey, I see Dave McKeegan is here. How you doing? Dave is going to Antarctica. Pretty exciting. Definitely jealous. But it couldn't be any better person, I think, than Dave. He has the knowledge and skill and equipment to do the photography right. He has the knowledge and skill to help whatever flat earthers go to do a better job of it, right? I want the flat earthers that go to know how to work their cameras and to know how to do a good video and know how to set a exposure correctly and know how to frickin' focus a camera. Flat earthers can't focus cameras. They're like, here's a video of a star, how it really works. NASA's lying. You can't focus a camera, you idiot. So yeah, anyway, very astute observation, Larry Scott. iSolder74 says to him, everything reports to NASA. Absolutely. That's basically what he said in that video with Tyler Oliveira, where Dave, I think, got Tyler a free ticket into the Flat Earth, or the Flat Earth Global Convention, Flattoberfest in Vegas. And by the way, it's coming up again, and apparently this is the final Flattoberfest. Funny enough, 2 years ago was the final Flattoberfest, and then last year was the final Flattoberfest. So this year is the final Flattoberfest, I guess. Again, this is the third, to my knowledge. It's like Ozzy Osbourne. I think it was about 1990 when he had the album No More Tears, and then the follow-up tour called No More Tours. That was going to be his final tour. And I know if some people I work with went to see Ozzy a couple of years ago. How many final tours? I just hope that Phil Collins has not done his final tour, but based on his inability to stand up for a long time at the last tour, I have a feeling that it might actually be his final tour. I've never seen him live, and I do enjoy Phil Collins. It's the final Flattoberfest of 2024. That's right, Dave. That's what it is. X-Penguin95 says KGB no longer exists. They became the FSB. The flat stupidity bollocks. So perhaps Putin is reporting to DIRTH. Richie Ruggs for $10 says, my first wife had an unkempt bush, claiming I never got her a container. I ended up with the dog. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know. I didn't want that picture in my head. I don't, but thank you so much, Richie, for that. And he's been a member for long enough that this needs to be solved. So let me solve it really quick here. Let's see. What do you want to know? What can I say while I'm doing this? Because I can't look at stuff while I'm doing it because I'm not nearly good enough with this to not look at it like some people can do. They blindfold themselves and do a table full of these things. I don't know how. That's truly nuts. I think a lot of those people are they've got thinking skills that whatever. That are crazy thinking skills. I didn't do that right. I screwed it up. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Tiny Captain says, remember the FE cruise? That would be the end of the globe, but it got canceled because they could not find a crew for the ship that believed in flat Earth. Imagine that. And yeah, that would not have been good, because if flat earthers were actually going to require that the navigators of the voyage were flat earthers, they would get lost. They would probably all die. And then they would say the nameless, faceless, they had them, took care of them. Right. Which I don't want to happen. Nameless, faceless, they don't exist. All right. Because they would have already stopped them. There you go. Okay, Richie Ruggs. There it is. The solved cube that matches your member status. Thank you for that. Josh Garver for $19.99 says, I have 3 sons in my basement now, but I have no idea where the 4th is. Did it run away? If you really want some high-end derp, go on X. Marissa, who's been on my channel twice, she is insane. She's more insane than Tyler, and that is saying a lot. She's like, apples don't reflect light. It doesn't have the properties of reflection. Seriously, she says that. She said that today. But yeah, she talks about, she thinks that it's not possible to do a rainbow inside because it has to bounce off the firmament. So then all of the rainbows that people have done inside, she's like, that's not really a rainbow, or that's not, or they're faking it, or all sorts of idiocy. Icy Spin says, you misspelled nipple on your drawing tune. North Pole, not nipple. Generally, Shady says, I haven't seen my son in 7 years. My other son is a fake son because my ex-missus was as honest as a flurf. So I have a fake. So I have a fake son. DIRTH has lost it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dave McKeegan, a flat Earth crew would try sailing to Antarctica, then start believing the Golden Gate Bridge is in Antarctica when they wound up in San Francisco. Dude, they would wind up at the bottom of the ocean is where they'd wind up. Dave McKeegan says Dave thinks 485 Suns Morris dancing around Earth is plausible, but apparently gravity is too magical. I don't know if autocorrect got you there. 485 Suns Morris dancing around the Earth? I don't know what Morris dancing is. What is that, Dave? Did I read that right? Or did autocorrect nab you on that? Correct me here. I see iSlaughter74 says, I hear nothing, I see nothing, I know nothing. I should have a video clip of Colonel Schultz. Ooh. Icy Spin says, some sirens just went by. Icy Spin says, for my money, Marissa packs more derp into a half hour than I can process. Oh, she is nuts as can be. She's like, there's no south-facing shadows. She really says that. Everybody in Australia that lives, everybody in Australia says, you're dumb. She is measurably stupid. Oh, Busload UK says, fellow Brit here, Morris dancing is awesome. Now I don't know what Morris dancing is. All right, Google time. Morris dancing. Morris dance is a form of English folk dance. It is based on rhythmic stepping and the execution of choreographed figures by a group of dancers in costume, usually wearing bell pads on their shins and or shoes. A band or single musician, also costumed, will accompany them. Sticks, swords, handkerchiefs, and a variety of other implements may be wielded by the dancers. Okay, I had no stinking clue. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I had no idea that Morris dancing was a thing. Well, all right, hold on. I'm going to YouTube to look for Morris dancing. There it is. All right. Earbuds going back in. Let's see here. Abingdon traditional Morris dancing Princess Royal from 10 years ago. All right. This looks good. Here we go. All right. All right. There we go. So this is, so now I can read Dave's super chat with this as an example. Let's do it again. Dave McKeegan says, DIRTH thinks 485 suns Morris dancing around Earth is plausible, but apparently gravity is too magical. There it is. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Icy Spin says Jeran would have a new sub if he sent back the 200. Well, that's hey, keep the money. What will happen? Here's a thought for all of us to ponder. What would happen if Jeran did what I did and said, if the sun does this, then Earth is a globe? What if Jeran did that and then stuck to it? What would you do? What should I do? What should we do? Think about that. There's your assignment for next week. Yeah, couple thoughts. Would it be more powerful? Would it be more meaningful if he said it beforehand and then stuck to it? What if he just left it where he said it now, right? Left it kind of nebulous and then went there, came back, saw the sun do what it does and said, Earth is a globe, right? He says the same thing both times, but staking a claim versus leaving it wishy-washy, right? What if he's like, Earth is globe, but it's not moving, or other things like that, right? What's our response? I'm always happy to have somebody exit the cult of flat Earth, to exit the lie of flat Earth. So absolutely. Should we give a prize to Jeran if he accepts reality, says Future World X? I don't know. He's 10 years almost. He's at like 9.5 years. He's been doing this. So, dude, that's a long time. That's a lot of somebody's life to exit and leave behind. Yeah. Dave McKeegan says, a flat earther sticking to their claim after proving the globe? I'd have to start questioning if we actually live in a simulation. Kurbanize says, I think he's kind of done with that cult. I think he is drawing a line. Yeah, he's like done with the cult stuff. He's said that very clearly. That people are being stupid by being upset that he would follow evidence. So, no, I'm saying, Jeran, you're welcome at the very least, and I think we all would do that. But is there more? I don't know. And let me remind you, this train of thought was my response to IC Spin saying Jeran would have a new sub if he sent back the 200. There's money tied to it, right? So this is what I'm thinking of. JD for £10 says, is there going to be an official TFE video of the results signed off by all participants? Yeah, he has kind of hinted at things like that. I don't know. I don't know the exact specifics of it. So Will, it's up to Will, and I haven't got any details on that really. So iSider74 says he's playing with lights like a Cardassian. Yes. Oh yeah. The how many lights are there? I think that the $200 was there are 4 lights. Right. I think that's what it is. Or 3 lights. I don't remember the details on it. I think he's trying to Cardassian him. That's just my thought. I don't know about that. Just it's rolling around in my head on what Dave's motivation was for chucking $200 his way when Jeran is clearly making noises like he's going to leave the cult. Busload UK said, fellow Brit here, Morris dancing is awesome, as we saw. Hugh Jars says, I see a sunrise when I bend over. Oh my gosh. PhD Tony says, I would still call Jeran an invertebrate serial liar who has publicly slandered me on several occasions. There's that. Doing a mea culpa on Shape of the Earth isn't a mea culpa on other things, but sometimes the scales come off, as they say, right? And they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did this and I did this and I did this and I did this. And people want to make it right. I don't know. I think Rachie did, right, PhD Tony? Because you and Rachie had a similar thing, and she, I don't know exactly, did she apologize? Did she take, I don't know exactly how it was that amends were made. And I have very little experience with alcoholics who have gone through the programs, but I know that there is a asking for, forgiveness to the people you hurt part of the process. So, that's part of, fixing prior wrongs. Would that be a thing? I don't know. I mean, is there a 12-step program for escaping flat Earth? There should be. Anyway, I see Spin says, what would I do if Jeran came to Globe? I tell you what I'd do. 2 chicks at the same time. Name that movie Intech. And that's Office Space. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And then Shovelhead Steve says, balls to the walls. And walls is spelled W-A-L-Z, which is the name of my governor, who has just been declared to be the the VP nominee for Harris. If you paid any attention to my Twitter, and it was called Twitter at the time, when the riots were happening in Minneapolis, I was not a fan of the people that were in charge. I watched video of fire trucks trying to get in to put out fires, getting stopped. I saw the tweet by the Minnesota National Guard saying, "We're ready to go." And they weren't called in. So I was not a fan of letting Minneapolis burn for no reason when there was people ready to do it. So that's more on the mayor than on the governor, but the governor is the one that is the connection to the National Guard, who was ready. They tweeted that they were ready. So I wasn't excited by that. So that's all I'm gonna say on it. I didn't like that. So Beast Militia says, proposal for law of FLIRF number 5, all accusations are projections. That's a good one. The thing about the laws of FLIRF is if you have a proliferation of laws, it gets to be so that they're not unique. They're not special. If you have 75 laws of FLIRF, it's not cool. It's too many. The other is it needs to be true in all cases. There cannot be an exception. I put no exceptions on the end of each of them as a redundant thing, right? If it's a law, there cannot be an exception. Tim Gargic says, DIRTH pointing out the money he gave Jeran was nothing more than a grift measuring contest. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. I don't know exactly what to think of that, of DIRTH sending that money. I don't know. Is there an ulterior motive, or was it just a buddy giving his buddy some money? No, I don't think that was it. Anyway, Icy Spin says, no, it was a "we're cool, right, bruh" gesture. That's a good way of putting it. It's a really good way of putting it. Okay. Well, let's see. There it is. Okay. This has been going for a while. How long has this been? Wow. 4.5 hours. You guys are troopers. There's 596 of you here. Thank you so much for sticking around. I hope it was enjoyable. I've been digging up some interesting things, some things similar to this to enjoy going over. Oh yeah, it's coming up in 5 hours. I'm working. So debates, it's like, here's debates are either I get tons of them or I get few of them, and it goes all around, right? So there haven't been many flatties that have been stepping up lately. There's a flatty on X that I was trying to get, Lomic, who was on Craig's last week. He's super skittish. But thanks, Icy Spin. Tyler, maybe we'll have one with Tyler. So we'll see. Anyway, people, thank you very much for coming along. Thank you for watching this. Your assignment for next week is definitely to ponder what it is when if Jeran makes a bold claim or not, and comes back and says Earth is a globe or not, right? Anyway, people, thank you very much, and we'll see you next time. Here we go.
MC2.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on a second. That's the wrong one. Okay, I think this is the right one. That doesn't look good at all. It's just nothing. Well, what Why did that not? Hold on a second. I got to look at that. I don't know. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to play. I don't know why I didn't do that. We're going to have a hoedown, people. We're going to have a hoedown on the way out.
What is a full moon and what is a new moon on your model?
Probably like a magnetic cycle, and just like the center of a barrel cell image of a magnet.
I think it's probably like a magnetic cycle, just like the center of a ferrocell spiral. Image of a magnet, it's just black in the middle. It's actually pure inertia, not just a little. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeah, you start to see it charge up once more, and it goes back like it did before. Once it becomes like etherically spaced, you see it charge up and take its place. Oh, shucks, ain't that so? That's how moon phases work, fam. Pass the dresser. In the magnet's heart, centrifugal divergence flies, centripetal convergence pulls. Defying all science, etheric whispers sing, light and shadow blend, magnetic cycles spin, where physics seems to end. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Grab your partner, swing around, magnetic cycles up and down. Either song in the air, hillbilly science everywhere, cause it's like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Yo, belly on up to the Wixit word salad buffet. Who has light vinaigrette? Behind the Jugger Ranch.
Then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle, and then it goes back